watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We have a busy day ahead of us here. For the next 4 hours, we will be live streaming and taking you through a lot of news here at the national and state and local level as well. So we appreciate you joining us and kicking off your week with us. We do begin today with some breaking news. I give you an update here on the situation that happened over the weekend. We now know 2 parents are arrested and facing charges after 2 4-year-old boys were shot in Orange County over the weekend. These are the mugshots of Maurice Bright Jr. and Kishara Goodrum. They are now facing charges, arrested. Goodrum was charged with 2 counts of child neglect with great bodily harm. The father arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Here's what we know about what happened. This happened Saturday afternoon. Deputies responded to Advent Health East in Orange County for a report of 2 boys, 2 4-year-olds with gunshot wounds who were taken to the hospital by their parents. According to investigators, they believe this happened at their family home. We don't have a lot of details other than that right now. But we are told the 2 children, 4-year-olds, taken to Arnold Palmer Children's Hospital. They are still there. They are in critical but stable condition, according to investigators. And again, these 2 parents both facing charges. Let me give you a live look right now at the U.S. Senate floor, Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., where there is movement after the stalemate over the shutdown has been broken. 8 Democrats over the weekend breaking ranks to support a procedural vote on reopening the government. That vote, they got the 60 votes they needed to do that. Now there will still have to be a vote on the actual funding bills, and then that will go to the House. But we are seeing a progress after 40 days of the government shutdown. Today, day 41, continuing to see a lot of impacts as well. Joining us live now, though, to talk about where things stand with this shutdown and what to make of all this is Dr. John Satcher. He's a UCF history professor and a political analyst as well. And Dr. Satcher, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Morning, Garrett. It's nice to have actually something to talk about with the shutdown.
It is. For the longest time, really not much had changed. And so I'm curious now what you make of the fact that things have changed this far in 40 days of a government shutdown, and we saw some more Democrats kind of step out and break ranks with their party. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think this is a big event. Obviously, you have 8 Democrats who are breaking ranks with their party to support the end of this shutdown. And the real question is why? I mean, the idea is some of the people thought the Democrats are winning this. So, or that why are they caving in now? And I think part of it's due to there's actually real suffering in the country going on right now, whether it's the food stamp or SNAP benefits being reduced, airline travel being severely affected, government employees get their paychecks every 2 weeks on a Monday. So this is the second full 0 paycheck for government employees. So I think at some point, some of these Democrats decided that the pain and suffering here might outweigh any of the political calculations.
Now, we are still seeing a number of Democrats threatening to vote against this. At this point, you said you believed that that Democrats may have kind of been winning on this issue, on the holding out over the healthcare issue. Now, we know as a part of this deal, Republicans agreed to hold a vote on extending those healthcare tax credits, those subsidies. Obviously, no guarantee that passes, but they have agreed to hold that vote. Now that this funding bill is going to be moving forward, Democrats, as I just kind of set up there, we have heard some of them threatening to still vote against this. What do you think is the political calculus there at this point, now that this procedural kind of lock has been lifted?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting political equation here. So Democrats were looking pretty good. I think most of their polling said that Republicans were being blamed more for the shutdown than Democrats were. I think last Tuesday's election results, the Democrats did very well across the board, so that looked pretty good. But I think maybe, and this is the case, at least of these 8 Democrats, it's we're going to sell high on this issue. That as the shutdown continued, if air traffic was bad during Thanksgiving, everyone's going to suffer in this case. So you have, and again, as you point out, not all Democrats have made a disagreement. In fact, the majority of Democrats have said they are still going to vote in opposition to this bill. But I think really you can make the argument that if the Affordable Care Act is the issue that's helping the Democrats most here, one of the things that they gained in this is that they're going to force a vote on that specific measure. So right now you could have Republicans who say, well, we're okay with the Affordable Care Act, but we want to pass this measure first. But one of the concessions made in this is that the Senate, after it approves and the House approves and the president signs this new bill, that the Senate by the middle of December will take a vote on fair affordable care. So I think there are some Democrats who think that by forcing senators to take a vote on this issue, this could benefit the Democrats even more in the 2026 elections.
At the same time, we have seen some dissension as well. People calling for a new Senate Democratic leader, wanting to see Chuck Schumer replaced. What do you make of that criticism of him?
Well, I think the idea here is that some of the Democrats just simply said, we need to fight. And we're fighting a fight and we're winning it right now. So why are we giving in? And if Chuck Schumer and more importantly, Dick Durbin, who's the second highest ranking Democrat in the Senate, who actually is going to vote for the bill, if they can't keep their Democrats in line, then maybe the Democrats need to find somebody else who can do so. And again, the bill hasn't passed yet. I mean, it's we still have it still has to pass in the Senate. The House is now, Mike Johnson has now called Congress back into session or told congressmen to start coming back into session, and it still has to go to the president's desk. So I think the end is in sight, but the end is not quite here yet.
I'm curious if those healthcare tax credits don't, if they hold the vote and they don't end up getting, if they don't end up passing, because that would take the House and the Senate and also the president. So still no guarantees with that, even though they have gotten the promise of a vote on this. And this was obviously something that they found important to kind of hold out for 40 days at least on this shutdown. What happens if that's not passed? If you are a voter and you saw the Democrats holding out for that specific issue, and then the government reopens and it still doesn't end up happening, what happens then?
Well, I think Garrett, that's a very important point here. So the concession that if you look at 40 days, the Democrats have held this up for 40 days. What kind of concessions do they get? They got a concession that government employees will be paid for their missing paychecks. They got a concession that government employees who've been laid off, jobs have been cut, will be restored. But really, the main concession they got was a vote on Affordable Care Act. As you point out, not any agreement that any Republicans will support the Affordable Care Act. And even if possibly that happened in the Senate, it seems very unlikely that it would happen in the House, and it seems very unlikely that the president would sign such a measure. So then you have to start thinking, okay, so what's the victory in a vote on affordable care? Well, my guess is that the Democrats pollsters are telling them that the extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies are popular with 75 to or higher percent of Americans. So, as I said, by forcing a vote, you're forcing Republicans to go on record potentially opposing something that pollsters indicate the overwhelming majorities of voters support. So I think, now that we've finished those mini 2025 elections next week, the focus is on last week, the focus is on the 2026 elections next year. And I think that the Democrats realize that if they can force the Republicans into a corner on this issue, this might be beneficial for them. But I think you're right. Within the Democratic Party, the one of the wings is like, well, we held out for 40 days for what? If we held out for 40 days simply to get a vote, but nothing in that vote, then has it really been worth it what we've been holding out for?
Longest government shutdown in history, and now with this agreement, assuming that it passes this week and ends the government shutdown, extends the funding of the government through, I believe, January. Mm-hmm. So a couple months, and we could be back at this again if those ACA tax credits aren't approved, or what? I mean, do you think in just a couple of months we're seeing another shutdown, or what happens next?
It's certainly a potential. Like you said, this is a continuing resolution to continue through January. In some ways, this is what some of the Republicans have been proposing all along, that we should just do a continuing resolution to then have a substantial debate on healthcare. But we could end up, if there's nothing resolved on the Affordable Care Act by January, we could end up in this exact same situation again. And I think this is sort of example of the sort of bitter partisanship in Washington right now, that we're disinclined to reach across the aisle and come to compromise solutions. So it seems like every vote could get to this point. If we're only going to vote on partisan lines, if we're not trying to work on a compromise, then yes, unfortunately, we could see this happen again in early February.
I'm glad you brought that up because I do want to talk briefly about the kind of broader implications of this, because with this with the partisanship and the kind of political environment we are in, it can be kind of, I think, discouraging sometimes for folks to see things like this, and especially if you're one of those federal workers who is kind of caught in the middle of this and have been working the last 40 days without a paycheck, or you're one of the people who's been furloughed because of this, to see a disagreement to where the government can't even do the bare minimum of keeping the government open and paying those bills.
Absolutely correct. I mean, we talk about, and I'm pretty sure headlines across the country are like, there are 8 Democrats who caved, or the Democratic Party who caved. Well, in some ways, government is reaching across the aisle, trying to come up with concessions that both sides can agree on. And so I think this is where I talk about the idea of the Democratic Party. Some of these people might have decided they're going to sell high. The idea that at some point, all these workers, all the people who would be stuck in airline lines on Thanksgiving, aren't going to care whether it's Republicans or Democrats. They're going to be frustrated with everybody in Washington, and rightly so. Washington's job is to provide a budget for us. This is the job of the House and the Senate. So at some point, they're failing in their job if they don't do it. So I think this is part of the reason why you need to have compromise. And like I said, we're in a situation where people are reluctant to compromise. But I think in some ways, the 8 people who caved are 8 people who actually truly decided to form a compromise. Now, what's interesting to note is, of the 8 Democrats who crossed the aisle here, none of them are up for re-election in 2026. 2 are retiring. Some are up for re-election in 2028, and some are up for re-election in 2030. So they're the ones who have to face the voters. They have the farthest time till they have to face the voters.
As we anticipate, additional votes in the Senate, and then it will go to the House this week once they are back in session. Are there any specific or any particular dynamics that you'll be kind of looking for with some of these votes?
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see if anyone else crosses the aisle in these cases. I mean, at this point, if it's a done deal, then what is the incentive? I mean, is there incentive to simply make a protest vote? Is there incentive to sort of try to get the idea that there is a sense of compromise in this country? And again, so the Senate's going to basically approve the House bill, but then add on these concessions to it. So that goes back to the House. So I think you're going to see whether there are still some divisions within the parties. If you've been paying attention, there are some Republicans in Congress who have been frustrated with the Republican leadership. Republicans in the Senate have been slightly frustrated with the president. The president, of course, wanted this to be pushed through with a simple 51-52 vote to get rid of the filibuster, and Senate Republicans have been reluctant to do that. So I think, and you think about it, it should. It's been 6 weeks. So the fissures in both parties have been exposed. So the question is whether or not parties could close ranks, make sure that everybody's on board and get this done. I would guess that it'll be done by the end of this week. We hope so. That would still, like you already said, we're already at the longest shutdown. So if we could get up to close to 50 days before this is finally resolved.
Well, and Senate Republicans have to be relieved, I would think, that there's now finally a path out of this without having to get rid of the filibuster, because I would imagine they were feeling the pressure, especially with the president and some others, really calling for them to use that nuclear option and get rid of it to reopen the government.
Yes, what you're referring to, Garrett, is the idea that we're really talking about a 60-40 vote in the Senate. That's generally the way the Senate has done things. If a party has more than 40 votes, they could filibuster, stop the legislation from going through. So if the average American's looking out there saying, why didn't the Republicans get this done? It's because the Republicans cannot get something accomplished with simply 52 votes in the Senate. They need 60 to stop a filibuster, to stop blocking this. Well, the Republicans, and Donald Trump has suggested that maybe the Republicans get rid of the filibuster entirely and just pass it on a 52 vote measure. But Republicans in the Senate are looking long term. And long term, the Republicans in the Senate have used the filibuster very effectively. And so this is one of those cases, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. They're thinking about the future. If the Democrats control the Senate, the Republicans want to have that option of the filibuster in their back pocket as well. So they were very reluctant to even broach the subject of ending the filibuster. And so, yes, I 100% agree. John Thune and the other Republicans in the Senate are very relieved that they don't have to try this option.
Dr. John Satcher, UCF history professor, we appreciate you joining us this morning and talking about this with us on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me.
And as we go to break here, going to give you another live look at the floor of the U.S. Senate. We will keep monitoring things here, expecting another vote here today. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this, and we'll check in as needed. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. All right, Dr. Satcher. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, the big headline here is the cold temperatures.
Yes, really cold temperatures, record-breaking. And I'm not one to get excited about cold. I lived in Colorado. I used to take pride in shoveling snow when it was 10 degrees outside. But there's a difference. The air there is very dry. So I'd wear a t-shirt and jeans, and I was okay as long as the wind wasn't blowing. But here in Florida, when it gets anywhere near that cold, and I mean far from that cold, we're going to be in the 20s and 30s. I mean, that is jacket weather. The humidity will pull the heat away from your body a lot faster than dry air. So that's why the Florida cold feels so much more severe. Let's get right to it. Hope you're having a good one today. Here's a view from the port where the wind is blowing, the cold front has moved through, and the winds of change are upon us. Satellite revealing clouds across South Florida. That cold front clear as day. Cloud streets developing in both the Gulf and the Atlantic side. That's when you have dry, cool air over the comparatively warm water. It's kind of like a lake effect snow, except over the open waters. And, well, in extreme cases in the North Atlantic, you can get ocean effect snow. So it's the same phenomenon. We're having that here in our backyard, except it's falling as rain if any precipitation exists under those clouds. Early in the week, winter blast, the coldest weather of a very long time for these dates, surging in tomorrow. Our typical high is about 80, so we'll be 20 to 30 degrees cooler than that. And that purple on the map shows the cooler than normal temperatures lasting through Wednesday before finally we moderate back to what would be a more normal temperature, highs closer to 80 by this weekend, with above normal conditions in the Midwest. For them, that means highs in the low 60s, but a huge turnaround from highs in the teens and 20s like they're experiencing for the next few days. This is the eastern two-thirds of the U.S. experiencing this Arctic chill, and it will result in the coldest November 11th tomorrow in recorded history across most of central Florida and most of Florida at large. Even down the Keys, it's not not going to be frigid, but they're not even going to see temps hitting 70 on Key West tomorrow, stuck in the upper 60s. All right, so winds are blowing in from the northwest at about 20 miles an hour, and that's sort of like having the AC on full blast, max AC in your car, just transporting in the cold air. So we're going to see temperatures not only staying where they are, but falling through the afternoon. High temps around 62 or 63, and then dipping down into the 50s by commute time and down to the 40s by bedtime. Truly. Right now it's in the 30s in Memphis, 30s in Atlanta. They'll be hard pressed to warm up much beyond that. 81 in Miami, not too bad. So we know over the next 12 hours it's going to cool down dramatically. No rain in the forecast, but to see it is to believe it. And to feel it is to really experience it. Cold weather advisories have been posted for Central Florida in light blue. That means wind chills tomorrow at daybreak between 20 and 30 degrees, with freeze warnings across areas to the north, including Marion, Hernando, Citrus, Gilchrist, Levy, Dixie, Putnam, on into St. John's, Nassau, Duval, I can name all the counties heading into North Florida, but I'm not reading from a prompter. This is just all off of my head, but I mean, that's how cold it's going to be. It just sticks with you. And tomorrow, if you're not warm and you're not dressed warmly, it'll stick with you too. We're going to see a low of 36, and with the wind blowing, it'll feel like 26. The record low for tomorrow is 39, set back in 1932. Tomorrow's forecast high, 57. This is ridiculous. Our old record for the day is 61. We're going to shatter that record. For reference, during the coldest day of the year, our typical high is 71. And so we're not even going to be in the 60s. So this is legitimate cold for Florida. Around the region, we'll bottom out at 31 in the Villages, 31 in Gainesville, below freezing, 32 in Bushnell. So make sure you take your sensitive plants inside if you can. It'll be a freeze. And a frost is possible in areas where the wind isn't blowing, from DeLand through Daytona Beach. But for most areas, the wind will blow. They'll keep the frost from forming. But a wind-blown 37 in Kissimmee is going to feel like it's about 31. These are the wind chills for tomorrow, by the way. Look at that, 27 Ocala, 26 degrees in Gainesville. Legit northern cold. Now, for a lot of school districts tomorrow, there's good news. It's Veterans Day, so there's no school. However, there is school for many of our students, including Seminole County schools, Orange County schools, and Marion County schools. So those are some big school districts, including the city of Orlando and Sanford, that have school tomorrow. So there will be kids at the bus stop. All right, these are the forecast highs tomorrow. 57 in Orlando. In the blue number, next to that high is our previous record cold high. So 61 Orlando, 61 Leesburg, and 61 in Sanford. Those were the previously coldest high temperatures for the date of November 11th, and we're going to clearly be way colder than that. It's kind of a funny metric, but it's a record cold high, and I say high in quotes. So here's what's going on. We've got a lobe of the polar vortex. Remember that term? That was a big catchphrase for a while, about 15, 20 years ago. The polar vortex, it was new back then. It's an upper atmospheric stratospheric vortex that usually circles the North Pole counterclockwise. And that's why it's called a vortex. Anyway, a little piece of that is working southward east of St. Louis. You can see that counterclockwise spin, and it's rounding out the base of a trough, which is like a dip in the jet stream that extends down to Atlanta and Jacksonville. So this is core Arctic air that'll be moving through the Midwest and the Northeast, and in doing so, it's producing the season's first snow, and at that, some very heavy snow from Louisville to Indy to Columbus, lake effect snow falling. Here's a live view from Chicago. Look at that. This is lake effect snow. What do you think, Garrett?
No thanks. Nope.
No?
Don't need it.
You know what that feels like, don't you?
Yep. Don't need it.
That's Chicago. Oh man, I don't hear Frank Sinatra singing that song about Chicago. On State Street, a great street, da 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 da. No, it's more like the state of emergency, freezing state. It is so cold there in Chicago today. All right, so let's get back to Veterans Day. So tomorrow's Veterans Day. Thank you to the vets for your service. In red, those are school districts that are closed for the federal holiday. In green, school districts that are open, including Orlando's Orange County Schools, Sanford's Seminole County Schools, Oviedo as well. Ocala is open, as well as Pasco County. Gilchrist County has an early release up there in North Florida. This is important because we got the school bell tomorrow. We got the bus stop. 36 will be the temperature at 8 o'clock for the bus stop, and 57 for the high tomorrow. So for Florida, this is like kind of a big deal. This is like Christmas weather. But don't worry, things will improve. Look at the 7-day forecast. Talk about a redemption, right? From a shamefully cold Tuesday, as if there's emotion injected into this, to 80s for the weekend. But all kidding aside, today and tomorrow, because of the sharply colder weather, we're calling it a Fox 35 Storm Team Alert to alert you of the cold. So yes, we will be battening down the hatches for a day or two.
It's odd to have a freeze warning
Yeah.
like that in November.
Typically in Florida, if we see freezing temperatures, it's like January.
Yeah.
Sometimes early February. This is really out of season, and that's why it's going to be a record-breaking November 11th as far as overnight lows breaking records and daytime highs breaking record coldest temperature. It's kind of a strange thing to think about, but if our average high is 79, if we're looking at mid-50s, I mean, that's not Orlando, that's Ottawa.
Yeah.
That's Canada weather right there. So this is very unusual.
So if you don't have them out already, have the jackets, the scarves,
Yes.
the mittens, all of that. You're going to need it tomorrow.
A lot of questions are circulating, what is causing this? Is this just a cold front that seems extreme? And essentially, the jet stream has been highly amplified, and it's allowed the polar vortex to just fall off the North Pole and slide southward, providing this really out-of-season cold. We've had a couple of cold spells in November in decades past, but this kind of a cold spells this early is about once every 5 to 10 years, so it's definitely not normal.
Yeah, well, we are bracing for it.
We are. Hold on tight.
That's right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner. Appreciate you joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you, Garrett.
And we know there are a lot of organizations and other groups that are also preparing for this cold weather, including some shelters that may be opening early and providing some additional resources and services for folks who need that. We know Fox 35's Matt Preza was speaking with Matthews Hope earlier today. They're planning to open their doors beginning at 4 p.m. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. As we do so, let me give you a live look at the Senate floor. We are continuing to monitor developments ahead of a vote on the government shutdown that would potentially be another major step toward ending it with the vote on the continuing resolution and a couple of other things. So we'll be keeping an eye on this throughout the day. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I hope you had the chance to watch some football over the weekend. There were a lot of games, a lot of good games. I say good games, but some of them didn't end the way that probably many of you out there would have wanted to, but they were certainly thrilling games, to say the least. So it is time now for our Monday morning quarterback segment, where we take a look at the Florida football weekend that was, some of the standout performances, and some of the things that still have us scratching our heads even a day later. So joining us live now to talk about this is Tim Walters. He's the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. And Tim, no shortage of things to talk about after this weekend, I think.
Yeah, no shortage of head scratchers, that's for sure. We'll have some of those coming up, but let's start at the high school ranks here. So this past Friday, there weren't a ton of games going on around the state because it was the second round of the SSAA playoffs, but there were no FHSAA teams playing. Their playoffs begin this Friday, so there will be a lot of playoff action coming up this Friday night. But this past weekend in the SSAA, I decided to actually stay pretty close to where I live here, actually, Garrett, and that's on Florida's Space Coast with a high school called Space Coast. And so they are the defending SSAA Atlantic 1A state champion, and they're looking to win their second straight championship here. They defeated Frostproof 42-21. Now, their quarterback, Zion Sandy, he had himself a day. He had 5 total touchdowns, 4 passing, and 1 rushing. He was a very efficient 18 of 20 for 285 yards with those 4 touchdown passes. He had 93 yards rushing on 18 carries. 3 of his touchdown passes went to his favorite target, Braden Cook. Those two have had a nice connection all year long, including a 35-yarder that was the long there. And then the other touchdown pass went to Alex Banachowski, who had a 23-yard touchdown reception. So the SSAA state semifinals are this coming Friday, and then they hold their championships the following weekend. So before Thanksgiving gets here, some of the football in the state will be done. But the FHSAA, like I said, they're just about to get going, and their football playoffs go all the way into the second week of December. So have no fear, still plenty of college football or high school football left.
Yeah, and a lot of big matchups that we'll be tracking with those playoffs as they continue. We've talked about it before. That high school season just flies by, Tim. Now, give us your college standout.
Yeah, boy, kind of a rough weekend for most of our college state teams. It was sad that UCF lost their first game wearing their space-themed uniforms. Hate to see that. And then Florida and Florida State both kind of took it on the chin. But one team won, Miami, trying to cling to that hope that they can maybe work their way back into a CFP spot. We'll see tomorrow night where they stand. Well, we're going to spotlight Miami's Keelan Marion. He only had 3 receptions, but those were for 116 yards with a long of a 61-yard touchdown reception, as the Hurricanes absolutely smacked down Syracuse 38-10. Carson Beck had a nice day with 247 passing yards, nearly half of those to Marion, who just had himself a standout day. So again, we'll look tomorrow night to see where Miami is, but they still need a lot of things to go right if they're going to make the CFP. But hey, win out and see what happens for the Hurricanes.
You mentioned the Florida Gators game. I am a Kentucky grad, so I won't gloat, but I did enjoy that game on Saturday night. And you also talked about UCF. Man, that was a tough one against Houston. Just another example of one of those games that was fun to watch, but didn't end the way we wanted it to.
Yeah, with Florida, Kentucky, you think of that streak that they had, what was it, about 33 years or so where they didn't lose to them, and Kentucky's just kind of had their number. Now, I'm a Gator. I think over my head you might be able to see a little alligator up there, but, it's just been a hard year for them. With UCF, though, they were playing a competition that was much better than them, honestly, and they hung in that game. They only lost by a field goal. One of my favorite facts, and when they built the stadium for UCF, a lot of people might not know this and their ties to the space program, but the 50-yard line, if you were to extend that out all the way over to Florida Space Coast, you would get yourself to Launch Pad 39A, which is where they launched humans for the first time to the moon in 1969 and where so many space shuttle launches took off. So that line of latitude would stretch right there from the launch pad to the 50-yard line. So deep history in space. Always got to root for UCF. My brother's a UCF grad. I'm a Gator grad. So, we are definitely some homegrown state boys, even though we were born in New York, but we're Florida people through and through.
Now let's talk about your pro standouts, and let's start with Miami, because what a win for the Dolphins, Tim. Who saw that coming?
Yeah. No, nobody saw it coming. Just an absolute shock. And I tell you what, my spotlight there, Devon Chan, been the one constant that's always been good this year through the ups and the downs for the Dolphins. And I mean, just unstoppable. 174 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground, catches 6 passes for 51 yards. He's always setting them up for greater things. So, big day for Devon Chan, confusing day for the Buffalo Bills. And now the Bills next week on a loss. They're going to host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who also lost. So, only one of those teams can get back in the win column next week. But big victory for the Dolphins. And then next week, they go to, or I guess this upcoming week, they go to Spain. They will play the first game ever played in Madrid, Spain, at Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. I'm probably killing that last name, but that's at 9:30 in the morning, and that should be a lot of fun. They're playing the Commanders, a team that's banged up, struggling, lost their quarterback, and got shellacked by Dallas yesterday, 44-22. So heck, the Dolphins win this one. They're up to 4-7. Maybe things don't look as bad as people thought they did because they do have a what you might call a weak schedule coming up. Hey, if you're a Dolphins fan, a little bit of hope. Some people want them to lose out to get the better draft pick, but I can't imagine professionals wanting to lose on purpose. I think there's still a lot of pride with the Dolphins. I think Mike McDaniel wants to prove that he's the future coach there. So a lot to play for, and we get to do it over breakfast on Sunday morning.
Now let's talk about the Jags game because I know there's some things that have a scratch in our head, but you were able to find a bright spot as well. So you have another pro standout for us.
Yeah, I wanted to point out Parker Washington. Anybody that watched the first half of that game and saw the Jaguars playing really well, it was all because of this guy. Washington made a touchdown catch that was just absolutely amazing in the first half of that game. Now, he's all of 5'10", so he's not a big guy. He went airborne. It looked like he jumped 36 inches in the air. He goes up, pulls this ball down, but it was not only just getting the first foot in, it's how he was able to get the second foot in and drag it before going out of the back of the end zone. Just an acrobatic, amazing touchdown catch. And then he ends up taking a punt, 72 yards for a touchdown. But if you haven't seen it, go back and find the video of it. He catches the punt, and then he slowly works his way up. He's scanning the field, and then all of a sudden he just, boom, takes off around the right-hand side, and nobody could catch up to him. So Parker Washington, he had a great game. Looked like the Jaguars were going to take that game pretty easily. And then if you turn the game off before the fourth quarter started, you probably saw the score and were in disbelief about an hour later because it was awful to watch.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. I know that's one of your head scratchers here. What went wrong?
Everything went wrong. So for some reason they have this penchant for making backup quarterbacks look like Pro Football Hall of Famers. So this is the second time this year that a backup quarterback has led a 90-plus yard game-winning drive. So let's go back to week 2 against the Cincinnati Bengals. They're playing Jake Browning, who had already burned them 2 years ago as a backup quarterback on Monday Night Football. Well, Jake Browning leads the team on just a ridiculous 92-yard, 15-play drive, took up 3:24 of clock, and it left the Jaguars with only 18 seconds left before they lost. Now fast forward to just yesterday, Davis Mills, who, if you saw the first 3 quarters of that game, he had done absolutely nothing. He all of a sudden put on his Superman cape and just destroyed the Jaguars. And it all culminated with a 14-play, 93-yard drive that took 5 minutes and 39 seconds and gave the Texans a 30-29 lead. They were trailing 29-10 heading into the fourth quarter with 12:22 to play. They were down 29-10. So they go on a 26-point unanswered streak. And, I just got to point out one more, I hate to pile on the Jaguars, but if you go back 2 years ago to when they played the Chiefs in the playoffs in the AFC divisional round, Patrick Mahomes goes out with an ankle injury. Chad Henne, backup quarterback, comes in, leads a 98-yard touchdown drive that took more than 6 minutes off the clock. And, just to further add insult to injury, this is from our crack staff at the Florida Times-Union in Jacksonville. This was shared to me right before I came on. Since 2020, the Jaguars have lost 11 games to backup quarterbacks. You
Wow.
just can't do that. So a lot in there for you to scratch your head about, Garrett.
You're not making Jags fans feel any better on this Monday morning, Tim.
No, but I guess the one saving grace, you're clinging to that final playoff spot. You're still
Yeah.
5-4. You've got your fates in your hand. You have the Colts twice in December on the 7th and the 28th, but you have to win this upcoming weekend against the Chargers. They haven't been home since October 12th. It's been a while since the Jaguars have been in their friendly confines. Chargers looked really good last night against the Steelers. A demoralized team can often struggle. Well, they're going to have to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and find some way to get past the Chargers this weekend, or I think that their season's kind of done.
And not the only thing that has you scratching your head though this weekend. What happened to DJ Lagway?
Oh my goodness. And that's the biggest question. What happened to DJ Lagway? I mean, if you go back and look when he came to the school, he was the biggest thing that the Gators had since Tim Tebow probably. They landed him, they wanted to keep him. They kept Billy Napier for a good portion, not just because of the payout money, but because had he been gone before this year, they thought Lagway was going to leave. And coming into this year, Lagway had all the momentum. But this year, he has more interceptions than touchdowns after that Kentucky game. He was benched at halftime for Tramell Jones, who's out of the Jacksonville area, Mandarin High School. And he's looked clueless. He looks scared. He hasn't run the ball very well. And this is all from a guy who's reportedly getting anywhere this year from 1.9 to 3.7 million dollars. Well, I hate to say it, I think his well might dry up a little bit as far as the NIL money next year. Tramell Jones, maybe we're going to see a lot more of him against Ole Miss this week. You're facing the number 6 team in the nation. You're trying to convince the coach of the team you're playing of the number 6 team to be your coach next year. So we'll see how much money they offer him. But, it's just watching DJ Lagway all year long, 5 interceptions against LSU, 3 more this past weekend and a half. He's just looked awful. And, you just got to wonder what happened to DJ Lagway. So that absolutely leaves me scratching my head.
All right, Tim Walters, the sports editor of Florida Times Union and Florida Today. Always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us to do a little Monday morning quarterbacking with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right, appreciate it, Garrett. We'll talk to you next time.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at one of the House galleries on Capitol Hill, where we expect to hear shortly from Hakeem Jeffries, who is the House Minority Leader, the leader of the Democratic caucus in the House. Expect him to talk about the government shutdown. It is day 41, and the House is going to be getting back in session this week. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, calling them back into session to vote on the funding bill that we expect the Senate to pass here later today. In fact, let me give you a live look at the floor of the U.S. Senate right now, where just a few moments ago we heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican from South Dakota, who spoke about the deal after 8 Democrats broke ranks yesterday and voted in favor of a procedural motion, essentially, that will allow that funding resolution to finally come to the floor for a vote. So here is what Senate Majority Leader Thune said on the Senate floor just a few minutes ago.
Mr. President, I'm glad to be able to say that 8 Democrats joined Republicans last night to take the first step to reopen the government. And in the very near future, we will be voting on a final package, a clean continuing resolution until January the 30th, and 3 bipartisan full-year appropriations bills. These bills are the military construction, VA, agriculture, and legislative branch appropriations, 3 of the 12 bills that Congress needs to pass on an annual basis. And what that means, Mr. President, is that year-long funding for SNAP, for WIC, for veterans, for essential farm programs, and for a number of other critical priorities will be met. Mr. President, I said that we will be voting on the final package in the very near future, and I'm hoping that will be hours and not days. We're on the 41st day of this shutdown. Nutrition benefits are in jeopardy. Air travel is an extremely precarious situation. Our staffs and many other government workers have been working for nearly 6 weeks without pay. I could spend an hour talking about all the problems we've seen, which have snowballed the longer this shutdown has gone on. But all of us, Democrat and Republican, who voted for last night's bill are well aware of the facts. And I'm grateful that the end is in sight. But I would encourage every member of this body, Democrat or Republican, pro-bill or anti-bill, not to stand in the way of our being able to deliver the coming relief quickly. The American people have suffered for long enough. Let's not pointlessly drag this bill out. Let's get it done, get it over to the House so that we can get this government open. Mr. President, as I have emphasized since being elected Majority Leader last November, I remain deeply committed to advancing full-year appropriations bills through regular order. And we've drafted this continuing resolution to extend to January 30th specifically to give us more time to get this bipartisan work done. I look forward to taking up additional appropriations bills on the floor in the near future. Mr. President, after 41 days, I'm grateful to be able to say that we are close to getting the government reopened. And again, I ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, of both parties, to make it possible for us to quickly pass this bill. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
That was just moments ago. Senate Majority Leader John Thune speaking on the floor of the Senate. Here's another live look at the Senate ahead of a expected vote today on the continuing resolution and some of the concessions that the Republicans are making to Democrats in order for the support of those 8 Democrats who yesterday broke ranks and allowed the Republicans to reach that 60 vote threshold. But again, we did hear also today, very briefly, from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who has been holding a news conference just about every day, every weekday at least, of the government shutdown. The House has not been in session for about a week to 10 days even before the government shutdown started. They essentially passed that clean CR and then headed out of town, closed down, have not been in session since then. So House Speaker Mike Johnson today held a news conference speaking to reporters, called the House back in session, did not take questions from reporters. But here is what Speaker Johnson said just a little bit ago.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very thankful to see you all this morning. I'm thankful to welcome you to what appears to be the beginning of the end of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, as shameful as that is. I don't think it's coincidental, you know how I think, but it's after 40 days of wandering in the wilderness and making the American people suffer needlessly, some Senate Democrats finally have stepped forward to end the pain. It appears to us this morning that our long national nightmare is finally coming to an end, and we're grateful for that. At least some Democrats now finally appear ready to do what Republicans and President Trump and millions of hardworking American people have been asking them to do for weeks. But as we said from the beginning, the people's government cannot be held hostage to further anyone's political agenda. That was never right. And shutting down the government never produces anything. It never has, if you study history. And so here we are. I want to remind everybody this morning of another critical point that you've heard me here repeat over and over the last several weeks. It's something that I and Leader John Thune and President Trump and every Republican leader have all said repeatedly from the beginning. We have always been open to finding solutions to reduce the oppressive costs of health care under the Unaffordable Care Act. We just made clear that we would not and should not ever do that, that is, negotiate as hostages. And I've also reminded you here every morning at this press conference throughout the shutdown, Republicans have not just been talking about reducing costs and fraud and abuse in so many areas and in healthcare. We've been actually passing new laws to accomplish that urgent mission for the people, and we will continue to do so. So here's where we are by way of schedule, just so you know, you're following. And if you're not at home, if you're waking up to this good news this morning, the Senate's vote late last night of 60 to 40 opens the door now. The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. Added to that are provisions to fully fund SNAP provisions through the end of the next fiscal year, which is September 2026. Guaranteed back pay for all federal workers who have been made to endure these hardships over the last several weeks. And it also includes passage of 3 appropriations bills, which we're grateful to be moving through the process. That is the Military Construction Veterans Affairs bill, it's the Agriculture bill, and the Legislative Branch bill. The Senate will be back in session this morning to finish their job, and we're certainly praying that they do. They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there are some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen. At the very moment that they do that final vote, I will call all House members to return to Washington as quickly as possible. We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk. As you all know, and he said as recently as last night, I was with him, and he told the press, he said, we want to get the government open. He's very anxious to get the government reopened and to end the Schumer shutdown. We all are. With regard to the travel challenges, I spoke yesterday at some length with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, my former colleague and good friend, and he lamented the serious situation that we have with air travel in the U.S. He's bent over backwards, as all members of the administration and the cabinet have done in all of their areas of jurisdiction, to try to keep the government working for the people and to mitigate the pain and the harm. But the problem we have with air travel is that our air traffic controllers are overworked and unpaid, and many of them have called in sick. That's a very stressful job, and even more stressful exponentially when they're having trouble providing for their families. And so air travel has been grinding to a halt in many places. And as of Sunday, nearly half of all domestic flights and U.S. flights were either canceled or delayed. And it's a very serious situation. So I'm saying that by way of reminder. I'm stating the obvious to all my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin right now returning to the Hill. We have to do this as quickly as possible. Now, we look forward to the government reopening this week so Congress can get back to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of business to do, as you all know, and we will be working in earnest. There'll be long days and long nights here for the foreseeable future to make up for all this lost time that was imposed upon us. I want to close with something that's important. I think it's important to say that this is genuine. I mean this sincerely. We applaud the 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent senator who did the right thing. They decided to put principle over their personal politics. And my urgent plea of all my colleagues in the House, and that means every Democrat in the House, is to think carefully, pray, and finally do the right thing and help us to bring an end to the pain of the American people. This has gone on too long. Too many people have suffered, and it's long overdue. That's the update I wanted to give you this morning. There are probably lots of questions, but I'm going to get a lot of my own questions answered later today, so stay tuned for more. Thanks so much.
House Speaker Mike Johnson walking away from the podium there earlier this morning, not taking questions, but you did hear him talk about the flight impact, saying he spoke again with the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. As we know, on Friday, it was the first day where an FAA mandated cut in flight traffic, air traffic, went into effect. It was 4% on Friday. They were kind of easing into a 10% cut. And today, check this out. This is the FlightAware Misery Map. You can find it on flightaware.com/misery map, and it gives you a live, real-time look at on-time flights and delayed or canceled flights. And so when you take a look at that, you see 877 delays and 277 cancellations across the country. That's between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Today. You see some of the biggest offenders, the airports that have been impacted the most. And at the top of the list there is Chicago O'Hare. That's the ORD. You also see, kind of looking at the map, you see by city, and New York, the airports there, D.C., Atlanta, Miami having a lot of impacts as well. So these major airports, these major hubs, continuing to deal with a lot of issues. One other thing, and it's going to take me 1 minute here to pull it up because I didn't have it ready, but I do want to pull up a Truth Social post from President Donald Trump just a little bit ago, and he was talking about the flight impacts and talking about air traffic controllers. Got that for you here now. Just give me 1 second and I can pull that up. So this was a post on Truth Social just a little bit ago, and he says, all air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. He goes on to thank those air traffic controllers who he calls great patriots, saying they didn't take it, for those who didn't take any time off during the shutdown. Says he's recommending a bonus of $10,000 for their service to the country, but also saying, I'm not happy with you if you're one of those who didn't show up to work. We've seen increasingly more air traffic controllers not show up to work. Of course, they've been working without pay during this government shutdown. But you see, this was his post on Truth Social just a little bit ago, and talking about where things stand with this, saying it was meant to hurt our country. If you want to leave service in the near future, please do not hesitate to do so with no payment or severance of any kind. So strong words from the president on Truth Social directed to air traffic controllers who have not shown up to work, but recommending a bonus of $10,000 for those who have shown up to work throughout the government shutdown. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Going to be joined shortly by Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, who says she believes that Democrats should not cave right now, but should double down on their position in the government shutdown when it comes to standing up for those ACA healthcare tax subsidies. So we will talk with her and ask her her stance and to explain that coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is a live look at UCF and head football coach Scott Frost talking about the Knights' loss to Houston in the space game on Friday, 30-27. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Coach, I wanted to ask towards the end of the Houston game, what was the availability of Jakari Brown to go in for that situation with Taven?
Yeah, Jakari's still not 100%. He's kind of been our emergency guy for a while. He had a pretty bad shoulder, and it's getting better. So we'll keep evaluating him week by week.
And I wanted to follow up with Davi. What was the kind of decision was there more consideration possibly putting him earlier in the game, or do you feel like that was the best time for that situation?
Taven talked to us about having a bit of a hammy issue that happened in pregame and said he could go. We actually talked at the end of the third quarter about the next drive, making a switch. We didn't, and then we didn't get the ball back until the last drive. I think we only had 2 drives in the fourth quarter. So that's the reason that it happened when it happened. I think it was the right decision based on health and situation in the game.
After the game, I asked you about penalties. You've been talking about it all season long as something that needs to be corrected. What is the process that you go through in a week leading up to a game to address that specifically?
The one little tweak we need to make is when we're installing all this, in my opinion, sometimes we stop the play before it happens to make sure somebody's aligned right or somebody's motioning right, and that gives people up front or at tight end a chance to mill around and not be set when we start the motion. When we break huddles, we got to get to our spot, get set, motion, and go. And when you're installing some of this stuff, it kind of takes away that urgency. That's not an excuse. That's just a practice process that we've been refining to make sure it's better. Biggest thing is we just got to be more disciplined with getting set.
Coach,
UCF head coach Scott Frost there answering questions from reporters, was asked a little bit about Taven Jackson as well, who we saw leave the game later in the game, was replaced and was not in the game for that final UCF drive in that 30-27 loss on Friday, the first UCF loss in the space game. Let me give you a live look right now at the Senate floor. John Barrasso speaking right now. I played for you just a few minutes ago Senate Majority Leader John Thune's remarks on the Senate floor ahead of votes today that could be a major step forward in ending the government shutdown. We also heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson saying as soon as they take that vote, he will call members of the House of Representatives back to Washington for them to vote as well. Joining us live now to talk about the government shutdown and the fight over these ACA subsidies is Nikki Fried. She's the chair of the Florida Democratic Party and joins us live now here on Fox 35 News Plus. And Chair Fried, good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Well, thanks for having me today.
I want to get your reaction. We know 8 Democrats broke ranks over the weekend to essentially throw their support and end the kind of procedural deadlock that we had seen in the Senate for the past 40 days. Your reaction to that?
My reaction stems a lot from the conversations that I've been having with everyday Floridians over the last 6 weeks to 2 months here in the state of Florida. The fear of 300% increases in their ACA subsidies being completely eliminated. It is life and death for so many of our Floridians. Florida has the highest amount of individuals on the ACA Obamacare, and these cuts not only are taking people off of the ability to even get access to health care, but when you are sitting with life or death decisions and trying to decide between groceries or your medicine and seeing a 300% increase on your monthly premiums, that's a really hard decision for so many Floridians. And, so we here in Florida, our congressional delegation is in lockstep with the people of our state, and we will continue to fight for Floridians every single day to make sure they have access to their health care.
We know as part of this, Democrats got assurances that the leadership would call for a vote, the extension of those health care subsidies. Is that enough, or do you think they should have gotten more of a concession or more of a guarantee before giving up what little leverage they had?
Look, let's take a step back. When President Trump first ran for president of the United States back in 2016, he promised to have a plan of how to deal with healthcare. And his only plan for those 4 years was to dismantle the ACA. Vote after vote after vote, he continued to push that. And then he was out of office for 4 years and then continued to run on getting rid of the ACA and Obamacare in his next term and says that he has a concept of a plan. Well, now 10 years later, we still see nothing from President Trump or Republican leadership in the House or the Senate to say how they're going to actually fix healthcare here in the United States. So I'm sorry if I don't take their word that they're going to come to the table right now and negotiate when time and time again, Speaker Johnson, as well as Republican leaders in the U.S. Senate, have said that they're not going to come to the table and to negotiate on ACA subsidies. Where is Rick Scott? Where is Ashley Moody, the two U.S. senators who have the power to protect the people of our state? Instead, they fold time and time again and don't try to put the people of this state first. So we will continue to fight for them. For the people of this state every single day. But again, it is up to the Republicans in our state and in Washington, D.C., and the President of the United States to come to the table and to negotiate healthcare premiums for the 4.7 million Floridians who are about to lose their healthcare next year. They don't want to know about the games that are being played in Washington, D.C. They want to know that somebody is up there fighting for them. And unfortunately, we have two U.S. senators and a president of the United States who is not putting them first.
Do you think this was a mistake then by Democrats?
Well, first of all, it's not Democrats. Democratic Party, you saw from myself to members of the Florida congressional delegation to a vast majority of U.S. senators that are Democrats that have voted no on this bill. It's unfortunate that there are 8 of our Democrats who broke rank and for whatever positioning that they felt that they could trust the Republican leadership. The rest of the nation does not. We saw that on Tuesday. They want to stop the chaos. They want people in Washington, D.C. that are going to fight for them. So I do believe that the entire Democratic Party, the ecosystem, U.S. members of Congress, as well as in the Senate, all voted strongly to support the American people. I certainly am not in the ears of those 8 U.S. senators who broke rank, but I certainly hope for the American people's sake that the Republicans live up to their part of the deal and make sure that there is a real negotiation and conversation about healthcare subsidies. Otherwise, millions and millions of Floridians and millions of Americans are going to lose their healthcare next year.
What about we know there are also a lot of families here in Florida that have been impacted during this shutdown, whether it's because of SNAP benefits or working without paychecks for the thousands of federal employees that we have here in Florida that were kind of caught in the middle of this, and they've been struggling as the government had been shut down for the past 40 days.
Yeah, and you saw the cruelty from this administration. That while people across the nation were trying to make sure that SNAP benefits were getting to those recipients, which again are millions of Floridians, and as somebody who oversaw the feeding programs here in our state, we know that there is roughly 3 million people that are food insecure in our state, and 1.5 million of those of our children. And so we have a significantly large population in our state that are one paycheck away from being in those food bank lines or not receiving their SNAP benefits and having to make those really hard decisions about where their next meal comes from, all while the Trump administration fought all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court to allow him to starve the American people. That is what happened in the last week and a half, that you have a president who is more concerned about throwing lavish parties at Mar-a-Lago here in Florida than actually feeding the people of the state of Florida. Shame on President Trump and shame on all these Republicans who use this moment as negotiating bargaining chip of the American people. I mean, I go through TSA lines multiple times a week, and every single time I say thank you to all of our TSA workers who are there day in and day out without receiving a paycheck. And when I engage in conversations, they say, Ms. Freed, I hope you're going to Washington, D.C. to negotiate this. I haven't been paid a paycheck yet, though members of the Republican congressional delegation here in Florida and across the country are on vacation. How is that right? How is that fair? Those are the kind of conversations and questions that have been asked by the American people. And it is now upon the Trump administration and Republicans who control the House and the Senate, and all two branches of our government are controlled, and I'd say even the third of the Supreme Court are controlled by Republicans. And it is going to be on them to fix this economy today, to make sure that prices are coming down, that people can afford their health care, that people can afford to actually call America still home. People are starving in this moment. They're scared about what this administration has been doing to the economy, tanking it in every single reform. Everything is up. Everyday groceries are up. After school programs are being cut. And so it's causing additional strain on our families. Trump's economy is tanking. And unfortunately, the American people are paying a very big price for this administration.
We know in exchange for those 8 Democrats breaking ranks and ending the kind of shutdown stalemate and kind of leading to the ability for this vote today, they did get some concessions, but that didn't include a lot of guarantees beyond a vote on those healthcare tax subsidies. So there's a chance that after all is said and done, that still is not passed. And there was a 40-day government shutdown that caused a lot of pain for people. If that is the case, what do you make of that? Is that a worst case scenario for Democrats to have seen that, to have stood up for this for 40 days, only to for those 8 senators to give in and then still not get what Democrats were fighting for?
I think that over the last 40 days, and certainly as we go through these guaranteed votes, as your point, that there's no guarantee on the outcome, but it's guaranteed votes, and an extension of this continuing resolution to fund the government into the end of January. So we're going to be back at this conversation at the end of January. All of this time period really showed the American people 2 things. One is that Democrats across the country were fighting for them. You saw that at time and time again, whether it is local leaders at your local counties and cities, all the way up to your U.S. senators. Democrats were in lockstep trying to make sure that we were putting healthcare and access to healthcare at the front and center to all of our talking points, and what we were doing on the ground, and exposing the Republicans for their lack of desire of helping the American people. They were more concerned about helping the billionaire friends and get their tax breaks, all so they can starve the American people and take away their health care. And I think that in this moment, what it also showed is how callous the Republican Party currently is, that they don't care about the American people, that it is games that they are playing up in Washington, D.C. with your taxpayer dollars, with your life on the line, with your quality of life. And so you saw at this moment, Republicans continuing to say, we don't want to talk about the ACA. We don't want to talk about healthcare. We're going to play this game of cat and mouse here and hide the ball. And at the end of the day, sure, we'll give you a vote, but we're not going to come here in good faith and tell you we're going to negotiate. And the reality is that the people that are going to be harmed the most are in red states that have refused to expand Medicaid, that have refused to create more rural hospitals and to create healthcare systems that is functioning for the everyday people that live in the South. And so what you're going to see in this moment is that more and more people in the southern parts of our state and the Republican stronghold parts of our country, that they're going to be the ones who are going to be suffering the most because they're not going to have access to health care. And you're going to see families. I mean, we have been talking to this brave young woman down in South Florida. She is stage 4 breast cancer and has raising 4 children. And the fact that these subsidies are going to go up, she's going to have to choose between feeding her children and paying for her health care so she can get her medicine so she can stay fighting for her kids. These are the conversations that are happening every single day in communities and in families all across our country. And it is on the Republicans at this moment to understand that their constituents are hurting right now, are scared, and to do their job and protect the health care for millions of people in their states and millions of Floridians that are going to lose their health care if this is not fixed by next year.
If those subsidies aren't approved, was this 40-day shutdown a waste?
No, because I think it exposed the people of this nation what exactly that we are dealing with in this moment, and that we are dealing with an authoritarian takeover of our country, where we have a president who would rather throw lavish balls and celebrate the redoing of the Lincoln bathroom and a $250 to $300 million ballroom that comes with about $280 billion of federal contracts for those donors. He's rather focusing on that than the healthcare and the economy of the people. I think I heard something earlier part of last week that he doesn't want to talk about inflation anymore and that he's going to get down to fixing the economy next year. What happened to the fact that right now, there is more debt on people's credit cards and are unable to pay them? That is showing that people can't afford because they're racking up their credit card bills because they don't have expendable cash. And then you're seeing increases in again, whether it is here in the state of Florida, property insurance, rent, general unaffordability in this nation. Inflation is going up, wages are coming down. Most of our corporations, I think we've lost 1.3 million jobs this year in the United States. Trump is crashing the economy every single day, but he's more focused on his lavish parties, lavish ballrooms than he is about the people that he's supposed to govern for.
Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, always good talking with you. We appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. All right, we are clear. Chair Fried.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Continuing to hear from coaches and players with the UCF talking about their space game loss, and also talking about preparations for a big game coming up this weekend as well. They travel to number 8 Texas Tech, so another tough game for the Knights coming up this weekend. Let's go ahead and listen in.
He's done a good job. When I went down, there's been other places, where we had to mix and match throughout a game, and all the guys are, it's. I think the O-line's been doing better as the season went on, and we've gotten better. And I think this past game, we, when you turn on the film, the O-line, we played physical. The most physical we've played all year so far. So,
Paul, you missed a game for the first time in a while a couple of weeks ago. Just what was it like being on the sideline for the first time in a while, and how was it, coming back from that?
It sucks. It sucks being on the field, on the sideline, not being able to step on that field. But you got to support the team. Do everything you can to help the team win, and they did a good job without me. And it's bigger than the team. It's bigger than me. So yeah, it sucked being out, but I'm back. I played the whole game this past weekend. I feel good. Yeah.
How much tape have you watched on David Bailey and Romello Height, the two edge rushers for Texas Tech?
I've watched the games on TV. You have to watch the film that we have. I mean, Texas Tech is good. They're all good up front, and Coach Frost said it. So I'm excited to face them. I'm going to be ready.
And I know you Cam and Jabari have been here for a couple of years now, and were teammates with Lee as well. You have any tips for them as to how to kick his ass?
I mean, tips. I don't know. We'll wear him out. I'm sure. He'll be tired after the third snap. So I'm not worried about those guys. They'll prepare themselves. I don't think I have to, give them any tips but they'll take care of business. So
we kind of talked about being one of the leaders in the locker room and supporting the team through everything. What did you have a chance to talk to Davi after the last drive, and kind of just what were you saying to lift him up in that moment?
Yeah. Obviously a lot of guys were around him, talking to him, and I wanted to do it as well. And I got the chance after we went in the locker room, and I literally told him, and Coach Frost just said that, he was like, it hurt him that he, threw the interception, but, for him coming in the game, and, he also did a lot of good stuff. At the end, it wasn't enough. We still lost the game, but he's going to be a baller. He is a baller. He stepped in the moment, and yeah, it'll be fine. I told him, and we've been doing this for a couple weeks now. It's like this ongoing thing. He walks up to me and says, "I'm proud of you, Paul." And I go, "I'm proud of you too." And the other day I went up to him and I said, "Dude, even though this sucks, I'm proud of you." And I love the kid. He's a cool dude on and off the field. So yeah, I don't want him to dwell on that too much, because it's a process. Keep going. Next game's up.
Paul, along those lines, you guys have struggled on the road. Is there something that just what can you do to maybe try to get out snap that road, maybe that road streak that you guys have been struggling under?
Yeah, we got to wake up and just attack the day. That rise and conquer mentality. I think that's, I've never really thought about it. Yeah, just go out there and kick butt. It's got to be the mentality. I haven't really thought about that, honestly.
Paul, if Taven can't go on Saturday and you guys do start Davi, what's the overall mentality of the offensive line, and how do you guys plan to adapt with a different quarterback change?
I mean, we got to play football. It's adjust. The best ones adjust. So whatever needs to get done, we'll get it done. Whether it's Taven or Davi, or if I have to play quarterback, yeah. They do their job, we do ours. So.
What would that look like, you playing quarterback?
Oh, no. Next question. I've played quarterback before. No, in flag football, terrible.
Paul, you said this was one of the O-line's better games. Do you have a grading system? Like, what were you doing differently? You said you played more physical. What was different about this game where maybe things are starting to come together more for the O-line?
Yeah, we do have a grading system, but aside from that, when you turn on the film, we just finished blocks. We put people in the dirt. There was a play where, what was it? Connor and I, we had a double team. We drove the dude down like 20 yards of field. Jabari had awesome rip shots. Like he just put people in the dirt too. Preston, we mauled people. So the physicality aspect was there, or was at the highest it's been all season. So, yeah.
All right, thanks everyone. Thanks, Paul.
Cool.
Thanks, Paul. What's the quarterback rating in the fight?
I think I threw 2 interceptions. All right, dude. All right, thanks, Paul.
How y'all doing?
How you doing?
Good.
Hey, RJ, it's been a little while since we've talked to you. Maybe it was early in the season or preseason, I can't remember. But just kind of reflect on how this year's been for you, playing for, Coach Martin at UCF. How's the season been going, you think?
It's been a fun year. Obviously, it hasn't turned out the way we wanted to, but everything, the process has been fun. Playing for Coach Martin has been fun. Just constantly improving week by week. You got to take pride in that. Keep doing that, give you the best outcome on game day. So, yeah, the whole thing's been fun to me, honestly.
You feel like you've improved? You've gotten better as the season has gone on?
Yeah, I feel like I've improved a lot, but it's still stuff I need to work on, obviously. So, but it's been fun. Like I said, I've been enjoying the process.
RJ, what have you seen from your guys' defensive line? What stood out to you about this group over the last few weeks?
It's just fast, physical. Guys been getting after it, especially on the edges. Like guys like Najee Kelly, Malachi, they've been getting after it. We've been getting after it inside too. Just me personally, stuff I can work on, just converting the pass, stuff like that better. But we've been getting after it. Very physical up front, I'd say, if I had to describe us.
Towards the end of the game against Houston, there were injuries to Malachi and Nigel League. And you guys have already sustained injuries to Sincere and Horace in the beginning of the season. Just what's the kind of mentality you have to face when it's already a thin room and it gets thinner during a game and pressure situation like that?
I would just say next guy up. Like, of course, we miss those guys. Those guys are playmakers. They make plays for days. But we got guys in that room, too, that can step up and make plays. And they believe that. We believe that. So it's just like next guy up mentality.
What helps you make that belief that the next person behind them can help and provide just as much, if not more?
I mean, because I've seen it, and I've seen those guys practice. I know how hard those guys work, and I've seen just them make plays. And Jamal came in and had a big tackle with TFL in the game. Like, I've just seen it happen. So I have the most confidence in them, and they do too.
You said you guys play fast. How would you describe the identity of the defense over these 9 games?
I would say we just relentless. Like, no matter the situation or just the down and distance, like, we're just going to come, be physical every snap. So I'd just say we just keep coming.
RJ, have you gotten a chance to look at any film from Texas Tech yet, or what's the biggest plan, I guess, you guys have for practice to prepare for Texas Tech and the Russian attack?
I haven't really looked at the film of Texas. I've seen them play, watch the games, obviously, but we haven't really went over the film from Texas Tech. We're going to do all that stuff today, but just same plan it is every week, just be physical, out physical.
Growing sense that Texas Tech's regarded as maybe the best defensive line in the country. How much does that maybe fire you guys up as a unit going into their house to show what you guys can do?
Yeah, of course they got guys. They got an unbelievable D-line, but we got guys too, and I like our guys, so we want to come in there and show what we can do and be the best D-line on that day.
Philip Dunham with a program record, 3 interceptions on Saturday. Do you take any pride in knowing that you're part of that, getting those interceptions, putting some pressure on the quarterback?
Yeah, for sure. Philip with 3 picks, that was an unbelievable day. When you got guys like that playing in the back end, it makes your job up front that much easier. No matter what, they're gonna stay in coverage if they have to, and make big time plays. It was a great day for him.
RJ, Scott talked a little bit about this being a process. The season was going to be a process to kind of build where you're going to be. Have you seen that behind the scenes with everybody and the players themselves about how you're not going to get maybe instant gratification, but it's going to pay off in the long term?
Yeah, for sure. I've seen that behind the scenes. Like I said, we haven't had the outcome we wanted this season, obviously, but the attitude in practice and the goal stays the same. Just keep getting better, keep taking your shot, keep getting better, keep taking your shot, and we're gonna keep swinging. This team's not gonna give up. We're just gonna keep swinging, and that's been the mentality all year.
RJ, have you had what's kind of been your favorite moment this season? Have you had a particular game that stands out to you?
No, I've had a favorite moment. I'd say I've been trying to enjoy the whole process of it, really, just the whole season, not take anything for granted. So just every moment I'm out there is pretty fun to me.
2 weeks ago, Baylor kind of jumped on you guys early, scored 2 touchdowns right out of the gate in the first quarter. What changes do you think you need to make in preparation going back on the road to prevent that happening again?
Just make plays. We're in position. Just got to make plays and keep getting better. keep fixing mistakes, just little things, I'd say.
Where have you seen yourself grow the most this season?
Like for
playing wise, like to grow, like developing, and how you've improved.
I've improved my run stop has been improving. Pass rush has been improving. Still it's not where I want it to be, but you know, been getting like a lot more pressure than I was. So my improvement's been smooth, I feel like. Appreciate it.
At news conference at UCF wrapping up after a tough loss against a good Houston team. And now they face a really tough matchup this coming weekend, traveling to Texas Tech, one of the top 10 teams in the country. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are tracking some breaking news out of South Florida. This is a look from just moments ago in Coral Springs, where, according to police and the fire department there, they say a small plane crashed into that body of water you see there behind a home. So this happened in a neighborhood. Police, fire departments on the scene there. This all happened around 10:20 this morning. A number of crews on the scene there. Investigators say that plane clipped several trees, also hit the fence. You see that the fence is kind of torn down in that one backyard before parts of the airplane believed to have gone into that lake that you see there behind the house. I mean, again, this is a new video just into our newsroom from WSVN down in Miami. They say that divers were checking the water, but they did not find anyone in the water. Nobody in the water, according to investigators, after the divers did an initial search there. Authorities still right now don't know how many people were on board the plane or what led to this crash. There's still a lot of questions right now. We will continue to follow this story and bring you updates as we get them. But again, you can see some of the debris there in the water as investigators respond to that small plane crash that happened in the backyard of a home in Coral Springs. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look right now at the U.S. Senate floor, where just a few minutes ago we heard from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who spoke after 8 Democrats broke ranks with the party yesterday and allowed this stalemate to be broken, leading to an expected vote here later today that could approve a funding bill as a first step toward ending the government shutdown. Then, because of the changes that would be in that, it would have to go back to the House, but it would require it would not require the 60 vote threshold that we have seen before. So I want to play for you the remarks from Leader Schumer on the Senate floor. This was just moments ago. You saw it when we were listening into the UCF news conference. Here's Senator Schumer.
Trump's cruelty. He shut the government down longer than any president in American history, took innocent kids, veterans, federal workers as hostages, political hostages, all because he refuses to do anything to fix the health care crisis, and instead keeps pushing policies that will cut people's coverage even more. Look no further than Donald Trump's war on SNAP. Last night, the First Circuit reaffirmed what lower courts have already said. Donald Trump cannot take 42 million hungry people as hostages. He cannot withhold the benefits they need for food for their families. Even now, Donald Trump isn't satisfied. Today, even more cruel, he appealed to the Supreme Court yet again to try and get out of paying full SNAP benefits. The president's done a lot of cruel, nasty, mean things over the years. But going all the way up to the Supreme Court, not once but twice, to ensure kids go hungry is about as cruel a thing as he's ever done. Donald Trump would rather make hungry Americans suffer, make kids suffer, make veterans go hungry and disabled individuals suffer, than do anything to lower health care costs for the American people. The American people will not forget Donald Trump's cruelty and heartlessness over the last 6 weeks. And let me say something else. The American people have now awoken to Trump's health care crisis. Health care is once again at the forefront of people's minds. People now see that premiums are about to skyrocket. They're terrified about how they're going to pay for their insurance. Democrats demanded that we find a way to fix this crisis, and quickly, but Republicans have refused to move an inch. So I cannot support the Republican bill that's on the floor because it fails to do anything of substance to fix America's health care crisis. The health care crisis is causing millions of families back home sleepless nights because they don't know how they're going to afford health care insurance so much needed by their families. Doing nothing is unacceptable, but that's the choice the Republican side made in obeisance to Donald Trump. Republicans now own this health care crisis. They knew it was coming. We wanted to fix it. Republicans said no, and now it's on them. When people's out-of-pocket costs double or triple, very soon Americans will know Republicans made it happen. When 60-year-old couples start paying $20,000 a year for health insurance, they'll know Republicans made it happen. When 4 million Americans lose insurance, when kids with cancer are priced out of coverage, when families face financial ruin, they'll know Republicans made it happen. And the pain will only get worse as more and more people on ACA and with private insurance see their premiums go up and up and up. People out there are struggling. It's harder to make ends meet. Rent is up, groceries are up, people's electricity bills have gone up, and now, thanks to Republicans, health care costs will spike dramatically. The past few weeks have exposed with shocking clarity how warped Republican priorities truly are. While people's health care costs have gone up, Republicans have come across as a party preoccupied with ballrooms, Argentina bailouts, and private jets. Republicans' breach of trust with the American people is deep and perhaps irreversible. And now that they have failed to do anything to prevent premiums from going up, the anger that Americans feel against Donald Trump and the Republicans is going to get worse. Republicans had their chance to fix this, and they blew it. Americans will remember Republican intransigence every time they make a sky-high payment on health insurance. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
That was Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, just a few minutes ago on the Senate floor after 8 Democrats broke ranks in a test vote that is a step forward toward ending the government shutdown. Again, today is day 41. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are continuing to monitor this situation, the scene out of South Florida, where a small plane has crashed in a lake behind a home in a neighborhood in Coral Springs. We did hear just a few minutes ago from the deputy fire chief there in Coral Springs. Here's what we know about what happened. I want to play that a little bit of that update for you from Coral Springs just moments ago.
We received a call, the 911 call this morning at 10:19 in the 5700 block of Northwest 57th Way in Windsor Bay community here in Coral Springs. We received several 911 calls of a plane that had crashed in the waterway in the lake behind these homes here. Our fire rescue and police department responded. Our dive team has conducted a preliminary dive operation. We have not found any victims as of this time. We do have our police department here with their divers as well. They'll be conducting a recovery mission shortly. We were unable to find any victims or any large pieces of fuselage on our initial dive. So we are still working the area. We are asking any residents in this neighborhood, if you have any debris in your yard anywhere in this neighborhood, because the debris field is pretty large, we're asking you to contact the Coral Springs Police Department, 954-344-1800, so that our detectives and crime scene can respond there to get that evidence.
So are you saying there's a chance they got out of the plane either before the crash or got out immediately after it went?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
You haven't
found the plane?
We have not found an entire plane yet. We believe that it may be broken into smaller pieces. We don't know yet, of course. Again, this is very preliminary. We're not assuming anything at this point. But again, they did dive the water and weren't able to find any victims at this time.
So you haven't found victims or survivors at this point?
Yes,
You
correct.
don't know how many people were
We do not know how many people on the plane. We did have a lot of reports that saw the plane go into the water. They have described it as a smaller type plane, not as small as a Cessna type, but maybe a little bit bigger. We do not know how many people were on the plane. We are working with the FAA and the NTSB to try to find out as much information as we can, but as of right now, we don't know. Fortunately, the plane did not strike any houses when it entered the water. It did strike some trees in the backyard of one of the homes and then entered the water there.
Anybody on the ground injured?
Nobody on the ground was injured, no structural damage, just the plane itself. And obviously this is a very fresh scene. We're continuing to work it. And as of right now, again, we do not know the plane type. We do not know how many victims.
Yeah, scary scene there, but thankfully that no one in those homes was hurt. Again, still a lot of questions about the people on board that plane. No update on them at this time, as you heard from the deputy fire chief saying that they have not found the full plane. They have not found any victims in that water. So we will continue to monitor that situation. I do want to get you back to the U.S. Senate floor, where just a few minutes ago we heard from Senator Dick Durbin. He's a Democrat from Illinois, and one of those 8 Democratic senators who broke ranks with his party yesterday to vote in favor during that test vote that opened up the gate and opens the door for the ending of this government shutdown. In these remarks that he gave just moments ago, he talks about some of his reasoning for his vote and also says he takes Senate Majority Leader John Thune at his word when he guaranteed and promised that vote. Here is Senator Durbin just a couple of minutes ago.
41 days and 14 roll calls failing to reopen it, the situation was clear. Donald Trump and the Senate Republican leadership were unwilling to do anything to reduce skyrocketing health insurance premiums, a terrible problem facing some 24 million American families. The shutdown of the government stopped paychecks for thousands of federal workers, causing real hardship for their families, including our overworked and understaffed air traffic controllers and many other critical members of the federal workforce. Food pantries in my state and across the nation were overwhelmed when President Trump stopped SNAP food payments to 42 million Americans, 1/3 of whom were children. Food pantries being overwhelmed as well by unemployed workers who'd been laid off and furloughed because of the government shutdown. So a group of senators sat down to try to find a bipartisan resolution. After lengthy negotiations, an agreement was reached with the Republican Senate leader, John Thune. We will agree to open the government until January 30th, 2026. During that time, we will pass 3 bipartisan appropriation bills that will fully fund SNAP, WIC, and all the veterans programs and finish our work on the remaining spending bills for this fiscal year. The agreement would also reverse the Trump administration's mass firings during the shutdown and prevent future ones through January 30th. We credit Senator Kaine of Virginia for this provision. Leader Thune has also promised the Democrats an opportunity before mid-December to present a Democratic bill on the floor with proposals to change the law and protect American families from dramatic health care premium increases. It is my fervent hope that this ends up being a bipartisan effort. It would be such an achievement of the Senate to finally return to that status. I've served in the Senate for 29 years, and I've never seen that kind of offer from a Senate majority. During the historic roll call last night, I walked across the aisle and met with Senator John Thune, the Republican leader. I told him that I was counting on him to keep his word on this agreement. He assured me he would. The fate of this effort depends on both the Senate and the House of Representatives. After a 7-week absence, the Speaker Johnson needs to call his members back and join us in the hard work that lies ahead. Many of my friends are unhappy. They think we should have kept our government closed indefinitely to protest the policies of the Trump administration. I share their opinions of this administration, but cannot accept a strategy which wages political battle at the expense of my neighbor's paycheck or the food for his children. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
That was Senator Durbin talking just moments ago. Now to switch gears a little bit, I want to take you to Governor Ron DeSantis' news conference earlier today. He was in Nassau County on Fernandina Beach on Amelia Island, where he was unveiling the state's proposal for an Atlantic red snapper season. So the governor has talked a lot about how the state has been able to take over control of the Gulf red snapper management and season. And he has talked a lot about how they have wanted the federal government to allow them to take the state to take over the Atlantic red snapper management as well. And so today he unveiled that proposal at a news conference at Amelia Island Marina. And here is some of what he said at that news conference just a little bit ago.
Great to be back in Nassau County. We got it's a little nippy out. I think we're getting the frozen tundra tomorrow, so be ready for that. But it just reminds me, people could say the dog days of August in Florida, whatever, and not that it's always perfect. I would rather be hot than cold. I think just as someone born and raised here, it just is what it is, and so we'll see. I know it's going to be historic in other parts of the country, but we're going to be certainly in the northern part of Florida. It's going to get very, very low. So buckle up for that. We're here. We got a great announcement today. And we do have our FWC Executive Director, Roger Young. I guess, do we have Sonia Rude here, the commissioner? She was supposed to be, okay. Senator Clay Yarborough from Jacksonville. We got Trip Ochman, Coastal Conservation Association of Florida. We have Darren Willingham from the Jacksonville Offshore Fishing Club. And then we have Martha Gaius, Southeast Florida Fishing Director for American Sports Fishing Association, and 2 local charter captains, Captain Robert Johnson and Captain Dennis Young, both based in Northeast Florida. So I appreciate everything. You don't need me to tell anybody here that fishing and boating is a big part of the state of Florida. It's a big part of the culture of Florida. It's also a very big part of the economy of Florida. If you look at where we are in terms of the economic impact of recreational boating, we're at $31.3 billion annually. That's a 56% increase since 2018, which is a really, really big deal. And I will note, during COVID, when everyone was looking at Florida to be a refuge, you have these people that would come from different parts of the country, particularly from the northern parts, and they'd be in Florida, and it's kind of like, yeah, this is what people do. So they'd go buy boats, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing with the boats. And it's just like, you drop me as a Florida man in like the mountains of Colorado, I ain't gonna ski very well. It's just not anything I know. I don't know I don't know how to do that. And so it's kind of the thing. So, we had a real boom in purchasing boats and everything like that. We had a little bit of growing pains in terms of getting them acclimated to how you handle these vessels, particularly in South Florida. I mean, it was really, really nuts, some of the stuff that's going on. But we consistently rank #1 in America in marine expenditures and boat registrations. In fact, total number of boat registrations in 2023 surpassed 922,000 throughout the state of Florida. We also have 4 million licensed anglers, and we are known to be the #1 fishing spot in the entire United States. Now, we've done a lot to promote this, within the confines of what would appropriate policy would be. One of the things we did was the Freedom Sales Tax holiday to make sure fishing, boating, supplies, water activities, other things you would need are tax-free. I know a lot of people were able to save a lot of money by doing that. We've done that for a number of years now. We've also been able to do massive discounts on sportsman hunting and fishing licenses. We were able to issue more than 75,000 gold sportsman's licenses to folks at a really, really steep discount. We also extended the program to provide even more discounts on several fishing and hunting licenses, including our lifetime licenses. Floridians who wanted to get out and try their hand at fishing or any of our salt or freshwaters were able to purchase a combined annual fresh and saltwater combo license, for just $5. And so that's really, really low. We also enacted this year, at my request, a Second Amendment sales tax holiday. So that's hunting, fishing, camping, ammunition, firearms, you name it. But this holiday's in effect through the end of the year. It exempts eligible fishing supplies from sales tax, including fishing bait and tackle, tackle bags and boxes, reels and rods up to $75. And so you have till the end of the year to realize those savings. We are excited about what this means for the economy. We have obviously a lot of vacationers that come here, and this is a big part of why they do it, to be able to come and to be able to fish. So, which is great, and I'm all about our industries doing well with tourism, but I also want to make sure the Floridians are able to enjoy as much as they can too. I mean, it's not all about trying to get people to come from up north. This is a culture. We want to make sure we promote it. So one of the things I did when I became governor was look at this problem of the snapper seasons, the red snapper seasons. And when I got in, it was feds controlled Atlantic, and the state had been delegated the ability to manage the Gulf red snapper season. And it was the type of thing, and I remember talking to people over here in Northeast Florida many years ago. There are way more fish than what the federal government tells you there are. People see it when they're out there doing it, and so I knew, and I heard that from everybody. So we went in, we worked with FWC, we have the best ability to get this data, and we said, okay, we're controlling Gulf red snapper. We know that we can have robust Gulf red snapper seasons. We know there are fish there. We know we're going to be able to do it. And sure enough, we've been able to make huge, huge progress. So in 2024, we were able to break our previous record of an 87-day Gulf red snapper season with a 103-day season, and then I later extended that to 17 days for a combined 120 days. This year, we're once again able to break the record for Gulf red snapper recreational season, extending it to a total of 127 days and establishing the longest combined season that has been available for anglers in the history of state management. And we even did it over Memorial Day weekend, which people really loved that was the case. So it included Father's Day, July 4th, all these different things. We've also been able to add additional fishing days in the fall for Florida families and visitors to fish red snapper daily from September 1 to September 14th, then go to the 3-day weekends through the end of the year. This is a highly anticipated season by a lot of people throughout the state of Florida, particularly when you start talking about what we've done with Gulf red snapper. People get very excited about being able to do it in the Panhandle and other parts of the Gulf Coast of Florida. And I know that there was a lot of people throughout the fishing community, period, that were happy to see it. But then people would always say, well, what about Atlantic red snapper? So if you look at, this is the Gulf, so you look at how much we've been able to increase it from the time that we've assumed management, and that's really been historic to be able to do it. So we're up there over, about 127 days there. Now look at what's happened with Atlantic red snapper. I mean, look what's happened in the past 4 years. 2 days for recreational Atlantic red snapper in 2022, 2 days in 2023. Really? 1 day in 2024? Oh, 2 days in 2025. And so, this is not acceptable. Now, the problem is the state had not been given the ability to manage the Atlantic red snapper. And the fact is, under Biden, we had no chance to get anywhere. In fact, they wanted to shut it down even more and be more restrictive on what they were already being. So, but we took the same approach that we've done with the Gulf red snapper. We know that we can do this effectively, and we know that this is something that could make a big difference for our recreational anglers, particularly in Northeast Florida. And so this is something that I've spoken both with President Trump as well as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. And the encouraging thing is they're receptive to this, and they support us being able to move ahead with what we're doing. So this summer, Secretary Lutnick rejected the Biden administration's last-ditch attempt to force sweeping closures off the course, and that was a move to finally begin the path of reversing decades of failed federal control and to open the pathway for state-led management. We've had great support for all South Atlantic state governors, congressional delegations, and attorneys generals to take decisive action and put South Atlantic red snapper management back in state hands. This includes close partnerships with governors of both Georgia and South Carolina. So we're here to announce today we have submitted this proposal, which we fully anticipate will be warmly received and properly received. We want to make a difference, and so FWC staff has submitted what's called an exempted fishing permit, EFP, to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce to allow state management of the recreational red snapper season fishery in federal waters beginning in 2026. This proposal includes a 39-day recreational season for Florida anglers and for-hire operators, the same number of days used when we took over the Gulf red snapper. So you see where we've been, then where we would go, and this is just the beginning. So we'll include a two-phase season. Summer season beginning on May 22nd to kick off Memorial Day weekend through the end of June, and then a fall season running on 3-day weekends in October. This will be very significant for the local economy here. It will also be very good for folks to be able to have more recreational activities to be able to engage in, and I know a lot of people have wanted this for a long time. So I'm thankful that we have support now with the Trump administration in Washington, D.C. It's made a huge difference. I mean, you look at what we're doing on Everglades restoration. I told the president, I told all the folks, Army Corps of Engineers, Secretary of the Army, we can do these projects quicker than the federal government. So we're operating under an agreement with them. They've delegated certain projects that they were supposed to do to us. They fund it and we do it. So we're now going to be able to complete the Everglades restoration 5 years ahead of where it was under Biden. That's a huge deal. We know how to do this stuff. We want to be able to take the reins and do it. So that's been a great collaboration, and this is going to be really, really significant. And so to have the support of both the President and Secretary Lutnick is really meaningful. I know there's a lot of people throughout Northeast Florida that really have been waiting for this for a long time. And so finally, we've got a receptive audience in Washington, D.C., where we can get it done for folks. So we take pride in this announcement because we know how important it is to our state's culture and our state's economy. I want to thank FWC for all they've done to lay the groundwork for this day. This was something, you know, as soon as shortly after January 20th. I mean, I think I met with Secretary Lutnick the day he was confirmed to be Commerce Secretary, and this wasn't the only thing on the agenda. You know, we're talking about the census too, because we got shortchanged in the census from this decade, and they say, oh well, Trump was president in 2020. Yeah, but then Biden came in, he issued a bunch of executive orders, and then how they applied that data only gave Florida 1 seat, where we are anticipating 2 seats in Congress. Texas should have had 3, they had 2. So that was a big thing that we dealt with the Department of Commerce on, and I don't know what they're going to do. I know there's a lawsuit, I know there's this, I know there's that, but big issue. But then as we're talking about that, as important as that is, I know it's important to a lot of people, we're also there talking about Atlantic red snapper, because we know that it's important for a lot of people. So it's good to see, you know, those discussions bearing fruit. We will submit this, we'll get a positive response, and then it'll just be off to the races. And what'll happen is it's going to be like this, I would anticipate. You know, the population of Gulf red snapper is like incredibly healthy, and these are federal bureaucrats were telling us that they're not going to be enough fish, right? And now you see what's happened, and this has been a real boon for folks on the Gulf Coast of Florida. So thank you for everybody that's been involved, and we'll hear from some of our speakers. And so I think we will begin. Let's see, we've got FWC Executive Director Roger Young that we're going to hear from 2 of our fishing captains.
It was Governor DeSantis speaking earlier as he unveiled the state's plan management proposal for the Atlantic red snapper. Something that he has been discussing for a while now. You heard him talking about meeting with the Commerce Secretary shortly after he was confirmed. Again, this will have to be approved by the Trump administration, but again, from what the governor was saying, it sounds like they have the support, and that is kind of just going to be a formality at this point to allow the state of Florida to take over the Atlantic red snapper season and management starting in 2026. So in those state and federal waters off the Atlantic coast. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Today we are learning more about a South Florida police officer who was shot and killed in the line of duty. His name is Devin Jaramillo. He is 27 years old, an officer with the Miami-Dade Police Department. And we heard yesterday from Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz, who talked about what we know about this situation. There was a large procession over the weekend as well. This all started during an altercation with a suspect during a traffic stop. And we should note that this 27-year-old officer has ties to Central Florida here. He graduated magna cum laude from the University of Central Florida. So here is what the sheriff had to say about what we know about what happened.
It's important to me that today we clarify some rumors that have been spreading regarding how the incident occurred yesterday. It was not an ambush. Our deputy was not ambushed. I'm also here to give you a better, clearer picture as to what actually occurred. Our deputy Jaramillo was dispatched to a traffic crash, a minor traffic crash. He responded as any deputy in this county would, and he handled himself in a professional and tactically sound manner. During his preliminary investigation of the crash, he encountered the subject who was part of the traffic crash case, and there was a verbal dispute that ensued. During that verbal dispute escalated to a physical altercation. He fought with our deputy. And during that fight, he disarmed our deputy of his own service weapon and used it to shoot him multiple times. The subject, after shooting our deputy, entered his own vehicle and took his own life. Our deputy, good citizens who did see what happened, called 911. He was not able to. And deputies responded and provided first aid. He was transported to the hospital where all life-saving measures were taken. And I'm grateful and thankful to the hospital staff who tried their best to save him, but they were unable to. I want to tell you that behind this uniform, we're human beings. And I want to share a little bit with you about Devin Jaramillo. He was a son and he was a brother, but he's also a homegrown hero. He was born in Baptist Hospital, graduated from Killian High School, and graduated magna cum laude from University of Central Florida. He was an athlete, a football player, and he was smart, strong, handsome, and young. And he could have done anything with his professional career, but he chose public service, and he chose to do it in this community to serve us. And he gave the ultimate price in his service. As I said yesterday, this will never be okay. And I ask our community to continue to hold us in your prayers because we need them.
It was Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz speaking yesterday, talking about what we know about the incident that led to the shooting death of Deputy Devin Jaramillo, 27 years old, and a UCF graduate. Let me give you a live look right now at airports across America, where we have seen a number of delays again today amid a cutback on air traffic mandated by the FAA as the government shutdown continues. Again, even with the developments in the U.S. Senate over the weekend and a vote expected here today that could pass a funding bill and send that to the House. There is still more to come. It would still have to go to the House. And as we heard from the House Speaker earlier today, there would be essentially 36 hours for members of the House to get back to Washington, D.C. before they could be in session. So still a couple days out, even if everything goes according to plan today, still a couple of days out from the end of the government shutdown, and so could continue to see more of these delays. We did hear earlier today from the president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, who spoke today as today became the second time in a row that air traffic controllers have gotten a $0 paycheck. This is Nick Daniels, the president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, speaking earlier today.
What our members are facing are issues, right? We use the term call in sick so loosely with the federal workforce that are the accepted employees that have to show up. They're facing real issues. We have letter after letter talking about the impacts this shutdown that it's having on them, that they can't pay for gas to get to work, that we have trainees that have moved hundreds if not thousands of miles across the country to the highest cost areas of living and now can't even afford to go to work, or they can't afford the child care to come into work. That is real, and it's not something that can be looked at, or it's not something that can be diagnosed, because it's going to be moving around the country, different people, different shifts, different issues in their life every single time. And speaking about that, I did want to give Amy a chance to speak about just those pressures right there. She comes from a dual, both her and her husband work for the FAA, and what that's kind of caused. So Amy, if you'd like to address that.
So my husband and I are both air traffic controllers. Now having missed 2 paychecks, that uncertainty and that financial strain is becoming unbearable. It's now a dinner time conversation with my kids on prioritizing bills. Yesterday, my kids asked me how long we could stay in our house. Having to answer that question was heartbreaking. But it's not just us that's dealing with that. That stress, that uncertainty, that fear is being felt among thousands of air traffic control families across the nation.
Amy, can I just ask you while you're still there, can you speak a little bit more about the personal stress and what this is doing to you and to your family? You mentioned a little bit there, but just every single day going to work with this hanging over you, what have you had to juggle? Have you had to juggle, I don't know, going to the grocery store or putting gas in your car or diapers? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So we work in an environment that requires that 100% focus and presence. And then having to have those conversations at home with your family, with your kids, explaining that, hey, Christmas might look a little bit different this year, right? That's difficult on the family. That adds a stress that we've never had to deal with in the past. So when you walk into an operation and you know your coworkers have taken a second job, they're up till midnight driving Uber because they can't pay their bills. Everyone's questioning if they can pay their mortgage. I have coworkers who cannot pay for childcare, so now they have to figure out how they're going to come into work. That uncertainty, that fear, creates a distraction that no air traffic controller should have to carry when we're ensuring the safety of the flying public. But that being said, we are 100% committed to our jobs. Every flight that we handle is our #1 priority, and the safety of that flight. We just want to do the work that we love, continue serving the flying public, but not have to question how we're going to pay bills and make ends meet.
Did I miss somebody back here? Go ahead. I'll come right over here next.
CBS News. You talked about this a couple different ways, but I'm just curious, as we're approaching the possibility of the government shutdown ending today, do you see a world in which we see less staffing triggers and staffing improves by the end of this week, or do you think that is going to continue to carry on as this, kind of peters out?
I think we've seen a shutdown go longer than any time in history, and every single day it's presenting a new challenge. You can't predict what the issues are, because, again, if the shutdown is to end tomorrow, controllers still haven't been paid yet. They're still facing those issues. While the rest of America will get to go on, and that will no longer be the headline or the news headline, it's still real for them. So we're going to have to continue working through the issues, and our focus is it's not ended. Even though that there is a new, a new light at the end of the tunnel, we'll call it that, every single day, an air traffic controller is still facing the issues that they had yesterday, and they're getting worse every single day. So we will continue to work with the administration, we'll continue to fight for it, and we'll continue showing up to work to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and we will do everything to get it back fully on track. But it should show that a government shutdown is not sustainable, and in no way should air traffic controllers ever be used as a political pawn in the process.
Reagan National Friday had the most cancellations, according to the FAA, was because of staffing. Just to clarify, is that just people calling out sick? Is that people can't afford to go to work? Is it in a way protest? Is it a combination of that?
Yeah. Just so everyone knows, before the shutdown, air traffic controllers got sick. During the shutdown, air traffic controllers get sick. After the shutdown ends, air traffic controllers will get sick. And DCA is an extremely low staff facility. That every day that they show up, they are already starting well below what they should. So 1 to 2 persons being gone, whether that they had to take medication for, Benadryl for the allergy season that's going on, they can't work that day. They have a stringent requirement to show up to work fit and ready for duty. That could be the added stresses and pressures of it. Every person is dealing with a different level, of financial stability or instability. So some of those issues may be real, but again, it just goes to show how fragile this system is, and putting this additional stress and pressure on it, we're going to see that level of issues that we have to contend with.
One more question. Could Jonathan say something also?
Yeah, I'm going to, by all means, here in just a moment.
I was just going to ask, kind of following up on that, in terms of, what are you seeing as kind of the most vulnerable areas in terms of where the staffing triggers are hitting the most? And are you seeing, like in the New York area, of course, where we're seeing a lot of these staffing triggers, is that because of the same reason as DC, where they're already sort of short-staffed?
This country is short-staffed right now. We're 3,800 certified professional controllers short. 91% of our facilities do not have the proper staffing. Over 41% of our facilities work a mandatory 6-day work week, 10-hour days. That is what you're getting to see day in and day out, is how few controllers actually run this system to keep it moving at what they do, and they should be lauded for the work that has been done. And now getting to see the disruptions that it causes to lose 1 or 2 absolutely proves why the long-term commitment to the hiring and training of the next generation of air traffic controllers is needed now more than ever, and why this shutdown has to end. But I do, speaking about the recruitment, the retention, the bringing in of new air traffic controllers, Jonathan has several trainees at his facility, recently attended a career day affair as well. I'd like him to speak a little bit about that and the impacts of the shutdown. Jonathan.
Thank you. Yeah, the impacts of the shutdown are real. In my facility, we're a training facility. We send people to the bigger and larger facilities. We're an influx. They come in, they get out. And now we have guys who are, they're all Gen Z. They're 23, they're 24. They're living with their parents already. They can't afford to live on their own already. And this has just made the situation 10 times worse. I had a career fair 3 days ago. I've done it for years. It's high school students, 9th and 10th grade year-olds coming to learn about air traffic. We're very popular. This was the first year I didn't have answers to their questions. The kinds of things they were asking us, why we should do this job, what are we looking for in the future, were things I didn't want to say. I told them how wonderful the job is, how great we are, how dedicated we are to the career field, how dedicated we are to our community, and how dedicated we are to each other, and that's what we're doing. And that's why we're still here.
Nick, I have real quick. So on Halloween, we saw 80% of the controllers. Nick, on Halloween, we saw 80% of the controllers at New York not show up. And the administrator said 20 to 40% of controllers at any given day are not showing up at the 30 largest airports. Do you think sort of the controllers hit a breaking point at that point? Like, what do you think accounts for the significant increase in outages over the last, say, 10 days or whatever?
Well, let's be clear. That statistic, I don't know it to be true. About 80%. When you only have 4 controllers and you have 2 of them that can't make it to work, you're at 50%. Some of our facilities have only 3 or 4 controllers on a shift, day in and day out. You've seen the delays that are because of it, but now you're just getting to see it nationwide when people are missing it. The true issue is people not getting paid. That's the issue. And the only solution to it is ending the shutdown and ensuring that they receive the compensation and pay that they rightfully deserve. There is no world that exists where you can't pay people and run the system the same. issues are going to crop up. They're going to crop up across the country. And the absence of one or two controllers, it's not a matter of breaking them. It's a matter of them being fit and ready for duty and being able to show up and do the amazing job that they do day in and day out to serve the American public. They are the unsung heroes. They are the American patriots that Secretary Duffy talks about, and they are doing everything they can to hold this system together and be out there serving the American public during these trying times. But 41 days without pay is unacceptable.
Really quick, in the last 2 minutes, President Trump posted on Truth Social, very long, so I'll just read part of it. All air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially, quote, docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off the Democrat shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. Just came out. Any initial response to that?
So I'll take anything that recognizes these hardworking men and women, but we'll work with the administration on any issues that are out there. Air traffic controllers have continued to show up during this shutdown. They've endured the longest shutdown in American history, and every single day they absolutely not only deserve their pay, they deserve to be recognized for what's going on. So we'll work with the administration through it. We'll work through the issues that are going on, and we want, just like the rest of the American people want, this shutdown to end. The frustrations that are out there are real, and we share them because we're frustrated with the process as well. Again, air traffic controllers should not be the political pawn during a government shutdown.
I was at that news conference earlier today, and let me give you a live look at the FlightAware misery map that we checked in on earlier. The number of delays over 1,000 with more than 200 cancellations between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Today. So certainly something to be aware of and something that we are watching closely as the government shutdown continues despite positive signs of it ending. Debate continuing right now in the Senate. Here's a live look at the Senate floor. Edward Markey, a Democratic senator from Massachusetts, speaking live right now. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Leave you with this view of airports across America. Keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Been a busy day so far, and we appreciate you joining us. We've been live streaming for about 2.5 hours now, still have about 90 minutes to go, so we appreciate you joining us. We still have a lot of ground to cover And we are glad to have you here on Fox Local and on YouTube this afternoon. Well, you may have heard of the news of President Trump pardoning Darryl Strawberry, the New York Mets legend, a baseball player, multi-time All-Star, World Series champion as well. He was pardoned by the president for charges that he had faced regarding tax evasion. He had pleaded guilty on that back in 1995, but is now pardoned by the president. Clean record now. And he was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk with Fox 35's Amy Caulfield about his relationship with the president, his faith, and how he got his life back on track. Really fascinating conversation between Amy and Darryl Strawberry earlier today, in case you missed it.
Well, listen, what a call you got on Thursday from President Trump. Tell me what was going on in that moment.
Well, I was halfway sleeping, and I just woke up in the middle of a call, and it was from Washington, D.C., and the lady on the line said, Darryl Strawberry. I said, yes. She said, you have a call from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And I was like, oh, wow. And I had to put it on speaker so my wife could hear this conversation. So we got into the conversation, and he was just telling me how great of a baseball player I was and what I did for New York in the 80s, and I was one of the best to do. And he said, you've been through a lot, and you did a lot of bad things, which was true. And he said, but today I am setting you free. I am wiping you clean from all that you have been through, giving you a pardon. You deserve it. You helped so many people. And, I travel this country helping people with addiction problems, helping people find the Lord Jesus Christ. It is through my faith that has set me free. I've been free for 20 years, but this was the icing on the cake when I got this message here, just to clean it up and wipe it off my record.
You actually go back with the president several years. Tell me how you first met.
Well, he's a New York guy. I mean, I saw him many times when he was Donald Trump around New York in the 80s. He was the light of everything. Everybody admired him in those days when he was in New York like that. And I was also on The Celebrity Apprentice. So I've been knowing him and his family for a very long time. They're wonderful people. A lot of people have their own opinions about people. And most of the time, most people don't even know who people are. They just go by what they see on the news or what they hear. They had never had the in-depth experience like I've had with him. He's been like George, the boss for the Yankees, to me. He's been like a great father, mentor to me, and always encouraged me and always believed in me. And that's important when you go through this life, because people are going to always point fingers at people, but they forget 3 fingers are pointing back at them. So, God's got a plan for all of us.
That's so true. You mentioned in your Instagram post too, Darryl, that this was not about politics for you. And things are so divisive in this country. We're in this government shutdown. Hopefully it's going to be ending soon. But why was it important for you to mention that this is not about politics?
Because it's never been about politics with me and President Trump. He's always been my friend before he was even president. So, like I said, people are always going to put politics in the middle of what's going on. Yes, he's the president. Yes, he's the one that has to make the decisions in the call in this country. And I think he's doing a wonderful job with that, with the hand that he's been dealt, with so much, with the government being shut down and people suffering. I think the people up in Congress need to focus on the people. You talk about the people, well, show your actions about the people that are out here suffering, that need the help that they need to get. And stop, playing with people's lives. I think we do too much of that. And God didn't call us for that. He called us to bring hope, love, peace, and happiness for everybody. And everybody deserves that that's living here.
Darryl, for you, going back, what was the turning point for you in getting your life back on track?
Well, first it was my mother's prayers, and of course it was my wife Tracy and all the friends that I have down here in South Florida that's been a part of my life. They all are in recovery. They helped me get to that place. When I was struggling, they were there for me. And I'm sitting at a friend's home right now. I did a program down here, a fundraiser for men who are struggling with addiction. And those are the people that come into your life. We all got a different walk of life, but we had the same thing in common. And I think when you surround yourself with the right people, you truly got a chance to be an overcomer. I didn't want to sit in the victim mentality. My wife helped lead me back into church, and I sat for 7 years and went through discipleship, and I became a different man, and that's what's important. People don't want to do the work. You got to do the work, and you never know the plan that's set before you. Everybody thought it was baseball Hall of Fame. I mean, I got the highest calling you can have. You know, God called me from the pit and put me in the pulpit to do his great work. And so I'm grateful. I'm grateful that he would extend that grace and that mercy to me, just like he will for anybody else that will receive it. But you have to receive it, and you have to let people into your life.
Daryl, you've also been through a lot of health challenges in the last couple of years, you and Tracy both. What have you learned from some of those setbacks?
We just learned that it's faith. You know, we learn when I'm preaching in front of a crowd and I'm telling them there's storms of life. Either you're in the storm, coming out of the storm, or storms on the way. So we are in the storm just like I preach. I got what I preach, I have to live. I have to live just like everybody else. It's like we're going to go through it too, and we understand that. But the principle that we have about our life is our faith. We stand on our faith, and we believe that God's going to bring us through it. We don't doubt that. We have to trust the process. Everybody has to go through their own process, and we know that, and we know how important that is, and we know how to be able to give that back to people. When your hardest times come, you stand strong, and you lean in to God's understanding even more, and he will carry you through and get you on the other side. And that's what he's done for me and my wife. We recover. She's recovering right now. She's a beautiful lady. I've been blessed. I'm way over my head. Way over my head. So I'm truly thankful that God brought her into my life to help me and lead me and guide me.
Daryl, you are also a New York Times bestselling author. You have a new book coming out called Another Life. Tell us a little bit about that and some of the inspiration behind it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amy. Another Life is just a project that you get to live when you turn your life around, when you allow the Lord to be the Lord of your life. He leads you and he guides you and he sends you. Remember, another life is not about me. It's about what you do to help somebody else, to show them that they can get out of that pit of life, that darkness, that struggle, if they just believe, have some belief inside of themselves, believe in the Lord, and let him be in your heart, not your head. So many people get all up in their head about things and don't allow God in their heart. I've allowed God in my heart. He lives with me. He shows me what to do, and he shows me how to go out and bring hope and love to everybody else and peace, and show them that he will extend the grace to you if you ask him for your forgiveness. And I think that's the most important part that happened in my life, is to be forgiven by him and then turn around and go live a different life and go into all these different places, maximum security prisons, and preach the gospel, all these churches, all these places, and bring hope for recovery, people that are struggling. Nobody's too far where they cannot have a miracle in their life.
Yeah, fascinating story and inspiring one as well. Daryl Strawberry, live on Good Day Orlando this morning after being pardoned last week by President Trump. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to the U.S. Senate floor. This is Senator Ed Markey, a Democrat from Massachusetts, continuing to speak right now. Let's go ahead and, well, it looks like he has yielded back his time, but let's go ahead and listen in and see what else might be coming on the Senate floor. There is a debate that is opened up after 8 Democrats yesterday broke ranks during a test vote that allows things to move forward, and a potential vote today that on a funding resolution and a couple of other things as well that could be a step toward ending the government shutdown. We know the House has not been in session for even longer than the government shutdown has been going. Just a couple of moments ago, Senator Markey said the House has essentially been in the witness protection program for more than a month and a half or so, not been on Capitol Hill. We heard earlier from Speaker Mike Johnson, who said that once the Senate takes a vote on the funding bills, at that point he will officially send out the call, give a 36-hour notice for members the House of Representatives to return to Washington and get ready to be back in session, because once the Senate passes that funding resolution with some of the changes that they agreed for Republicans, then that would have to go back to the House for that final approval. So we are continuing to monitor developments on Capitol Hill this afternoon, and we've listened in to a number of senators speaking live on the Senate floor today, and we will continue to bring you any newsworthy developments from the U.S. Senate. There have been a number of other stories that we have been tracking throughout the day here at Fox 35, and one of them, Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood was on Good Day Orlando this morning, and he was talking about his pitch, which made some news last week in the aftermath of the election of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who making essentially a recruiting pitch to officers with the New York City Police Department, telling them, hey, if you wanted to leave New York City and are looking for a place to continue your work in law enforcement, we'd love to have you at the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. So he was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about that recruiting pitch.
Sheriff Chitwood, first talk to me about, I know you were watching the election closely in New York City, and you are from up north, and so I'm sure you were watching it very closely, not only for yourself, but for family and friends who still live there. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts going into what happened during the election.
You know, you have a mayor-elect who is anti-cop, he's anti-Jew, he's anti-American exceptionalism, and he's going to tax people to death. So when you look around the state of Florida and you look at those professions that are going to be mostly hit, obviously law enforcement, our governor DeSantis has put together probably one of the most comprehensive bills for hiring new police officers and retaining police officers in this state. And I encourage NYPD officers to look into that. You're going to get support here, and you're going to have a tremendous quality of life. On the flip side of that coin, doctors, nurses, teachers, businesses that are going to bring sustainable jobs, why not take a look at us? I think, I'm a transplant. 19 years ago, I was blessed to get hired as the Daytona Beach police chief. And I think I've done a good job contributing to my community. And why would we not want that? It's a new tax stream that comes in. Our restaurants are going to benefit. Everything benefits with smart growth. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that word, and I've gotten some hateful emails about it. But let's look at the reality here. In confusion, there's profit. When people are confused and you can point them in the right direction, your community can profit.
Sheriff Chitwood, not only have you put out this call, but we've heard Congresswoman Kat Cammack, Congressperson Mike Herodopoulos, even Senator Rick Scott saying, come to Florida. But on the flip side, you hear from people who are saying, Florida's already too crowded. We don't want more people moving here. So there is sort of a divide about whether or not people who live here really want New Yorkers or people from other states to come.
There is, but you have to keep something in mind. You show me a community, and let's use the Rust Belt, for example, that wraps itself in plastic. I want no growth. I want no new people come in. I want no new businesses come in. And what happens? You dry up and die on the vine. So you have to do it smartly. And there's a way. We have brilliant people in the state. We have brilliant planners in the state. You have to keep growing. I mean, it's the same thing I challenged my organization. Be bold, be innovative, and be creative. Once you stop doing that, you're no longer successful.
Sheriff, there was a time where we had a really hard time recruiting police officers, deputies. There seemed to be a war on law enforcement going on in our country, and so officers didn't want to stay within the department. How are you doing as far as recruiting now? What are those numbers like? And do you anticipate that you will get recruits from New York? And will you actually physically go to New York and recruit?
Answer your last question first. Absolutely. The next job fair, we will be heading up to New York. We are doing really, really well. I mean, I'm getting the sad part is you get 300 applications and only 10 or 15 are qualified. So we're churning through that. I have an academy class that's headed in February. We probably have about 15 or 20 openings out of 538. There was a point in time where I had 100 openings. And, again, the governor's bill, when you look at that $5,000 signing bonus, school choice, when you come down here, you can send your kids anywhere you want, and the governor's going to make sure their tuition is taken care of. And there's a bunch of other things in that bill. And most importantly, you have a governor, you have a state legislature, you have city and county governments that are going to support you. We want good, hardworking people. We want people that are running to something, not running away from something in law enforcement, not running away from a problem. We want people running to a better life.
Sheriff Chitwood on Good Day Orlando. I want to get you live now to the U.S. Senate floor. This is Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican from Louisiana, who is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Why were enhanced premium tax credits necessary? Well, as we said, the cost of health care has continued to rise. And you can argue that if you're going to an insurance company and you're saying, we're going to give you more money if health care costs more, that they do not have the incentive to help control those health care costs. Now, I am not here to bash insurance companies. They are essential to our society. So just put that out there. But if you have the choice of giving the money to the patient for her to manage it or giving it to the insurance company, I think we should give it to the patient. So, the question is, can we put in programs that lower the cost of health care? How long will they take effect? And what do we do in the interim? Well, it's too soon this coming year to put in programs to lower the cost of health care. But it's not too soon, which is to say we can put in programs that empower patients to manage their costs and give them the money as opposed to giving it to the health insurance company. But to do that, we got to think differently. So, how do we lower costs for the coming year for the individual who's on the exchanges? Now, it's important to realize that the total cost of having health insurance is not just the premium, but it includes the deductible and the copay. So if you can help with the deductible and the copay, that is as effective or even more effective than helping with the premiums. So what I'm proposing is something which actually helps the patient become a wise consumer of health care, helping her with the premium and the copay, working with the health insurance policy, with the health insurance policy, but in a way which lowers their cost. Now, let me be clear. This is not the official Republican position. President Trump has endorsed the concept, but it's not, say, for Leader Thune. But I am the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, which has jurisdiction over this, and we will be having hearings in the near future to address this. And my motivation is as a senator and as a doctor who wants to make health care more affordable for all Americans. So let's discuss what I'm calling a pre-funded, flexible, can you get my marks a lot again? A pre-funded, flexible spending account. So first, here's what we currently have. An enhanced premium tax credit, which is going to take $26 billion next year and give it to insurance companies to tell the patient what she can buy and what she cannot buy. Now, I have a typo here. and I fixed it yesterday, but I got to fix it once more. 20% of the money, 20% of the $26 billion going out the door to help pay for insurance premiums actually will go for deductibles, will go for profit and overhead of the insurance company. So let me just change this right here. Again, I had a typo yesterday, I have a typo today. 20%. 20% of the money we're giving to the insurance companies under the enhanced premium tax credits goes for profit and it goes for administrative overhead. Only 80% goes to pay for the insurance premium, to pay for health care costs for the person who's a recipient. Let's speak of what I am describing, the pre-funded flexible savings account. Pre-funded because you take the enhanced premium tax credit, instead of giving it to the insurance company, you give it to the individual and her family through a flexible spending account. A flexible spending account which millions of Americans already have. She can use this money to pay for prescription drugs, for dental work, for medical care, eyeglasses, orthodontia, much more flexibility than through a traditional insurance policy. And the key thing is, whereas if we give the money to the insurance company, 20% goes for profit and overhead. If we give it to the patient, 100% goes to health care that she needs. 100% goes to her family's health care needs. 100%, not 80%. This is better value for the health care dollar. Next, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have another slide or not? I have to stand on the floor. Now, who would get it? Every eligible American citizen on the exchange would receive a pre-funded flexible spending account equal in value to the enhanced premium tax credit they would have received had the money gone to their insurance company. It doesn't pay for insurance premiums, but it pays for the actual health care that they actually need. Now, I'm pleased to say, next slide, President Trump has tweeted in support of the concept. Now, of course, I'm pleased to be aligned with the president on this. He says he recommends that instead of giving hundreds of billions of dollars, and this is President Trump's rhetoric, to money-sucking insurance companies, the money should be sent directly to the people so they can purchase their own much better health care. Notice the caps. That is a President Trump tweet. I'm pleased to be aligned with the president, but for my Democratic colleagues that want to guarantee that whatever we pass will get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives, this is effectively a guarantee that if we pass a program like this, it can get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. If the president asks Speaker Mike Johnson to bring it up for a vote, Speaker Johnson will. So if you're just thinking, just imagine, my Democratic colleagues, how do we get something that 100% of the money goes for real health care? It doesn't go to insurance companies where 20% goes for profit and overhead. It's a system already used by millions of Americans. And may I say, it all but guarantees to get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. This tweet gives them that assurance. Now, some immediately begin to criticize the president, assuming that he was going to take all the money going for health insurance premiums and put it in one of these flexible spending accounts. That's not true. Go back to what I said earlier. We only are talking about the enhanced premium tax credits, which would pre-fund this flexible spending account. We are not talking about the baseline premium tax credits that are part of the original Obamacare article. By the way, Republicans want people to have coverage. This doctor who used to take care of the uninsured wants people to have coverage. Now, the more I've discussed this, and this is the fourth or fifth time I've given this talk, I'm pleased to say that some of my Democratic colleagues are saying, hey, we can talk about this. Not quite there yet, but I see the wisdom of it. I'm willing to move forward with it, and I thank them for that. I want everybody in the Senate to put aside their prejudice which sometimes is that if one side proposes it, it must be wrong. And I'll say to my Democratic colleagues, what I am proposing with the pre-funded flexible spending account is actually more closely aligned with how the original authors of the Affordable Care Act wanted that legislation to be implemented. I find it ironic that some of my Democratic colleagues are rejecting something which is closer to the original bill. But I think they're rejecting it in part because of misunderstanding, lack of knowledge, and maybe for some because a Republican is proposing. Put that trench warfare mentality behind you. Think about it. Could this be better for the American people? Can this accomplish the goal of making the possession of health insurance and paying for my family's health care more affordable? Now, for those that think this is too complicated, let me say that 72% of Americans who get their health insurance through a federal employer, a state employer, a local employer, 72% of us have a flexible spending account. My family and I have a flexible spending account. 47% of Americans who are in private insurance have access to a flexible spending account. Doesn't mean they take it, but it just means they have access. Millions of Americans are already using flexible spending accounts. What I'm proposing, let's just give the same option to people who are on the individual exchanges. Now, and by the way, let me just make the point. My wife and I, our family, we are on the Obamacare Small Business Exchange. Everybody in Congress is on a Obamacare Small Business Exchange. I am getting my flexible spending account through an exchange. All we're saying is open up the window just a little bit to allow those who are on the individual exchanges to likewise access that which I am getting through the Small Business Exchange. This merely extends what is current law for some people on their health plan to extend it to those who are within the individual exchange. The federal government can take the laws, the tools, the vendors, the department it is already using and implement a pre-funded flexible spending account for those on the individual exchange. Why is that important? Because that can happen for plan year 2026. I'm asking, well, what are we going to do about the people next year? This is about next year. How can we help those folks signing up for insurance right now for 2026? This brings them benefit right now for 2026. Now, let me now kind of go through the differences between the enhanced premium tax credit and a federally funded flexible spending account. And this is kind of the money chart, if you will. If you're with me in concept that maybe this could work, hopefully, I can convince people who might be watching, my Democratic colleagues who might be listening, to give power to the patients instead of giving enhanced premium tax credits to insurance companies. Okay, who gets the money? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, the insurance company gets the money, and
This is Senator Bill Cassidy, who is not only a senator, he is also a medical doctor. He has talked throughout this government shutdown about this plan of his that he said would lower healthcare costs for families. Instead of extending the enhanced premium tax credits that the Democrats have been talking about and fighting for, he wants to see a pre-funded flexible spending account, an FSA account, just like many of you out there may have, to help. So interesting to hear him talk a little bit about his proposal, and now he continues to talk about that ahead of a vote. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Florida Live and welcome in our TV audience. And we still have another
Florida Live starts now.
Hey, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours on Fox Local and YouTube. And if you're just joining us on the TV side, we appreciate you jumping in here. It has been a busy day. We've been following a lot of news and developments as well with the government shutdown in Washington, D.C. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a little bit. We're also going to check in with Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who is learning more about a Titusville teenager who died on a cruise ship out of Miami. Meanwhile, a South Florida deputy with some Central Florida ties was killed in the line of duty as well. We are also learning more about that deputy and the situation. We're also going to talk with the Orlando Sentinel's Magic beat writer because the Magic struggles continue. Another loss last night at home, and hoping they can right the ship before another home game tonight at the Kia Center. But we begin today with the big story being a Fox 35 storm team alert because our region is bracing for a chill. Want to bring in Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who joins us live from Studio A with our Florida Live forecast. And Noah, I do not like the look of that monitor behind you there.
Yeah, you know, Gary, you can tell what we're talking about just by the background of the weather graphic, right? And you see frost and snow on there, right? You know it's going to be cold, but it's going to be really short, Garrett, but really significant, the cold that comes in over the next few days. And like you said, because of that, today and tomorrow, we've activated a storm team alert. And what that means is that the weather is going to be highly impactful to most, if not all, people in our area, being Central Florida. And the record cold air is going to be tonight into tomorrow. But I do want to stress, I was just looking at some new data that's just coming in now. We got our afternoon piece of weather data in from the models about this time of the afternoon, between now and 3 o'clock. And some of the data is suggesting tomorrow night into Wednesday, trending colder. So we may have to extend this, and we may have tomorrow night into Wednesday morning also be very cold out there. So we're going to have to watch that as well. Not just tonight, but also potentially tomorrow night. So we've got a few clouds out there. That's a view from Port Canaveral. The cold front has moved through. The front right now is about from Palm Bay to Fort Myers. And behind that, it is clearing rapidly out there right now. No rain, no more rain tonight or tomorrow. Things are clearing out there. By the way, I should also mention no more thunderstorms. We had a few storms last night. I happened to fly in to Orlando last night, and I can't tell you how bizarre it was at MCO at 2 in the morning. It looked like it was 2 in the afternoon. So if you are flying, while the weather will not impact any more flights at Orlando like it did yesterday for the next few days, there's still huge residual effects. I mean, I've never seen flights with leaving at 3 in the morning that were supposed to leave at 6 in the afternoon from last night and this morning. So pretty notable there. But in terms of the weather, this wind or anything should not impact that anymore. All right, so the temperature trend are going to just tank. I mean, right now we're about 50s, low 60s. We'll be into the 40s probably as soon as the 10 o'clock news tonight. So before midnight, we're already dipping into the 40s. And look at the temps to our north. The actual air temp right now is 39 in Atlanta and in Memphis. If this were January or February, this would be still leading the newscast and still be headline making for how notable the cold is. The fact that it's November, it's even more so. I just want to make that point, that it's not the fact that it's going to be cold, because we do get a couple of bouts of this per winter in Florida, in Orlando area. It's how early in the year it is. I want to talk to you more about that coming up on the News Edge tonight. This is one of the earliest ever by miles that we've seen temperatures this low. Generally, if we get this, it's January or February, not pre-Thanksgiving. So here's the next 12 hours. Any clouds out there will go away. The temperatures are going to crater overnight. Now, we do have weather alerts in effect. You may have seen them on your Storm Team weather app. We do have a cold weather advisory in blue. Look, both mean that it's going to be cold. That's the point I want you to take from this. But the other point here is that those in purple are the only areas where the air temp is going to get to or below freezing. So that would include, let's just say, the Villages and north. So if you're in the Villages and north, you definitely need to cover over your plants, your garden, any flowers, anything outside that is growing. You need to protect it. Now, the duration of time below or at freezing is only going to be maybe like 2 to 4 hours. in those areas. So it's not, we're talking like 6-7 hours below freezing like we can get in an Arctic blast in January or February, but that's enough to do damage to crops, flowers. Obviously, Marion County, Ocala area, you have a lot of farmers and a lot of agricultural communities in those areas, so definitely the farmers are all aboard on this, getting things prepared. But if you have a garden or flowers, anything outside, villages, Ocala, Reddick, up to Gainesville, those are the areas you need to protect it. If you have plants or anything around Orlando, anywhere else in this light blue, the temps will stay above freezing. So there's no concern about frost or a freeze there. So tomorrow morning, we're talking about 36 for an air temperature. The record in Orlando is 39 back from 1932. In the high tomorrow, this actually might trend down even a little bit more. The coldest afternoon high we've ever seen for the date. The previous record for that tomorrow was 61 back from 1913. So why do we have the cold, Garrett? Well, it's essentially just a piece of the polar vortex. This term got huge amounts of publicity. It's been a few years now. You may remember it was maybe back in the earlier 2010s. There was a huge Arctic blast in the Northeast U.S. that was historic. And on social media, and at the time, Facebook and Twitter were still king more than Instagram, and TikTok wasn't even really a thing. It went uber viral around the world, the term polar vortex for meteorologists. And I'm saying this backstory because many people didn't hear of the term polar vortex until like 10 years ago. So what polar vortex means, it's always been around. It's just a piece of the really cold air that's contained almost always up in the Arctic, the North Pole. So up on the North Pole of the planet, there's really cold air that just sits up there and goes around in a circle, right around the North Pole. And when you can dislodge a piece of that, it could break down into parts of the Northern Hemisphere. In our case, the U.S., sometimes you get big Arctic shots into Europe. So it's just a piece of that ring of really, really cold air. Think about it like a pond of really, really cold air. And on the side of it, a little dam opens up and you get a huge rush. Instead of water, it's air that comes down. So that's what the polar vortex is. We've got a little piece of that. The air is literally coming down from the Arctic into the eastern U.S. If we had taken this exact weather map and moved it to January or February, we'd be talking about probably teens here. Air temperatures in the teens to 20s, which would truly be historic. But it's November, the air can only get so cold. But it's short-lived, and notice it moves out pretty quick going into the rest of the week, and then we'll actually be back into the 80s by next week. You see all the dry air coming in from the north. Now we also do have the potential for records in other places than just Orlando. Sanford, we're looking at potentially a record. So here's the air temps. What you need to know out the door, kids, to the bus stop, hat, jacket, definitely. Don't forget to care for your pets. It's going to be very cold. But again, in terms of crops, flowers, plants, the areas to protect, cover, care for them is really the villages, Bushnell, and north. Not really anywhere around Orlando. You don't need to cover over your plants on your lanai or bring them. I mean, you can. It's never going to hurt. But you see clearly the temperature is going to stay well above freezing. 36 tonight, Orlando. 37 Kissimmee. 43 in Cocoa Beach. Still really cold for the Space Coast there. 42 in Melbourne, which would tie a record. These little blue teal numbers, these are the records that could be broken tonight. And the wind chill in the morning with a northerly wind about 15 to 20 miles an hour. It's going to make that wind chill very apparent. Not normally in Florida do we talk about major wind chills. Most of the time in Florida, the wind chill is only a few degrees below. Tomorrow it could be 5 to 10 degrees below the actual air temperature. So it'll feel like 30 in Orlando, 27 in the villages, 25 in Gainesville, 28 in Palm Coast. It's not quite low enough to bring in frostbite. I did get asked this actually at 2 in the morning from somebody, a family, coming to Disney in Orlando. This is not the level you would get frostbite at. It's not long enough and it's not cold enough, so we don't have to worry about that. But definitely out the door in the morning, Garrett. We're going to need hats, jackets, the whole 9 yards for the next 2 days. So Tuesday is Veterans Day. The weather will obviously have a big impact on all of the events. We'll watch this Tuesday night forecast, Garrett. One thing I do want to make mention is that this temp may trend down a lot. So it's possible that Tuesday night into Wednesday, we're back into the 30s again with weather alerts. So we'll see if we have to extend the storm team alert and if that forecast for Tuesday night to Wednesday morning trends down, because it looks like it is. But after Tuesday night, temperatures moderate quickly. We're back into the 80s by Saturday and Sunday. Not a cloud in the sky for the weekend. The humidity will stay pretty low, but other than maybe a sprinkle tonight into tomorrow morning, we're going to be pretty dry for the next week, Garrett.
At least there's a quick rebound after that freeze warning for some of the areas. Crazy to be talking about that already in November.
Yeah, but Garrett, it's like you said. I mean, we're in the 30s now, and if you hate it, this is right. This is a perk of being in Florida. If you don't like the cold, is nowhere up north are you seeing 30s and then an 80 on the same 7-day in winter. So
that's a good point
for us.
All right, that is a good point. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berger, and we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thank you.
Let me give you a live look right now at the floor of the U.S. Senate, where we have heard debate throughout the afternoon on Affordable Care Act, enhanced premium tax credits that have been at the center of why Democrats held out so long, 40 days of a government shutdown. But eight Democratic senators breaking ranks yesterday, ending essentially what had been a procedural stalemate and opening the door for a vote on a funding bill. I talked with Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, who talked about the Democrats' stance on this and whether if they don't get what they have been pushing for, now that some of the Democratic members breaking ranks, whether this 40-day shutdown was all for naught. Here is what Chair Fried told me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus.
It is life and death for so many of our Floridians. Florida has the highest amount of individuals on the ACA Obamacare, and these cuts not only are taking people off of the ability to even get access to health care, but when you are sitting with life or death decisions and trying to decide between groceries or your medicine and seeing a 300% increase on your monthly premiums, that's a really hard decision for so many Floridians. And, so we here in Florida, our congressional delegation is in lockstep with the people of our state, and we will continue to fight for Floridians every single day to make sure they have access to their health care.
We know as part of this, Democrats got assurances that the leadership would call for a vote, the extension of those health care subsidies. Is that enough, or do you think they should have gotten more of a concession or more of a guarantee before giving up what little leverage they had?
Look, let's take a step back. When President Trump first ran for president of the United States back in 2016, he promised to have a plan of how to deal with healthcare. And his only plan for those 4 years was to dismantle the ACA. Vote after vote after vote, he continued to push that. And then he was out of office for 4 years and then continued to run on getting rid of the ACA and Obamacare in his next term, and says that he has a concept of a plan. Well, now 10 years later, we still see nothing from President Trump or Republican leadership in the House or the Senate to say how they're going to actually fix healthcare here in the United States. So I'm sorry if I don't take their word that they're going to come to the table right now and negotiate, when time and time again, Speaker Johnson, as well as Republican leaders in the U.S. Senate, have said that they're not going to come to the table and to negotiate on ACA subsidies. Where is Rick Scott? Where is Ashley Moody, the two U.S. senators who have the power to protect the people of our state? Instead, they fold time and time again and don't try to put the people of this state first. So we will continue to fight for them, for the people of this state every single day. But again, it is up to the Republicans in our state and in Washington, D.C., and the President of the United States to come to the table and to negotiate health care premiums for the 4.7 million Floridians who are about to lose their health care next year. They don't want to know about the games that are being played in Washington, D.C. They want to know that somebody is up there fighting for them. And unfortunately, we have two U.S. senators and a president of the United States who is not putting them first.
Do you think that was Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried speaking with me earlier today? You can find that full conversation on Fox Local and fox35orlando.com. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take you to Fox 13 Tampa Bay and to check in on some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And joining us live now for our Tampa Connection is Fox 13 news anchor Linda Hurtado. And Linda, good to see you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Nice to be here with you, Garrett. Unfortunately, we have to follow up on a terrible tragedy that took place over the weekend in Ybor City, where 4 people were killed and 13 others injured after a driver lost control and plowed into Bradley's on 7th Avenue. So we now know the names of 4 of the victims who died. They have been identified as 25-year-old Christina Richards, 41-year-old Lisa Johnson, 53-year-old Sherman Jones, and 53-year-old Marlon Collins. Today, Bradley's is set to open for the first time since the incident, with a memorial now at the front entrance. The Ybor City Bar is considered a pillar in the Tampa gay community, but police do not believe that this was a targeted act. Now, you're looking at the driver, 22-year-old Silas Sampson. Police tell us that he was being chased by police when this crash happened. Sampson appeared virtually in court, as you see, Sunday morning, where the Hillsborough State Attorney's Office filed a motion to keep the Ybor City crash suspect in custody, citing that they believe he poses a danger to the community. A vigil for the victims on Saturday night drew so many people that police had to shut down the area to traffic. One of the crash survivors, Richard Atwell, spoke after getting out of the hospital.
He took good people away from their families, and he's hurt so many other people. But just because someone hurts us, just because someone's negligent or selfish, that's not an excuse to be upset or mad.
One woman at the vigil stepped up to the front and demanded answers from city councilors on how they plan to keep people safe in the future.
But y'all want to see better pedestrian infrastructure or action from these people behind me, please let them hear you.
Well, the Florida Highway Patrol is asking people who saw the crash to give them a call by dialing star FHP. Sampson's next hearing is set for Thursday at 9:30 a.m., where the court will decide if he will get bond. All right, as a historically long government shutdown continues, travel nightmares continue all across the country, with a 4% reduction in air traffic. Those pictures say it all. The top 40 airports in the U.S. are feeling the effects, including here in Tampa, where we are seeing more canceled and delayed flights. So far today, only 64% of the flights were on time. 44 flights have been canceled. 155 have been delayed at last check. On Sunday, more than half of the flights were disrupted, leaving passengers scrambling. Pete Trabucco, a former pilot in travel and navigation expert, says that the government shutdown is adding pressure to the ongoing traffic controller shortage, and he says that things will not snap right back to normal as soon as the government reopens.
It's kind of like if there's an accident on the road and it needs to be cleared. And even if you're there and the accident is cleared, all those cars and trucks need to go through, which means now the airlines are going to have to do the same thing and try to add flights and try to get it all coordinated.
So in the meantime, officials are encouraging people to arrive at the airport early and to monitor their flight status. I don't know, Garrett, I think it's always a good idea, too, to get whatever airline you're flying, the app, right? Because they'll notify you of changes as soon as they happen, and then maybe you can stay home and not have to spend hours at the airport. Just an idea.
Yeah, if you're going to be delayed or canceled, the last thing you want to do is be stuck at the airport for a while, because we know that is impacting a lot of people. I had the, in fact, I'll pull up the FlightAware misery map, they're calling it. You can see over 1,000 delays, 200 cancellations between 11 a.m. and 3 o'clock across the country. So Tampa is far from the only airport facing a lot of delays today on this day 41 of the government shutdown.
And you know, Garrett, my daughter's a pilot. She flies for Endeavor, which is the regional for Delta. And a couple of her flights got canceled yesterday, too. So, you know, it's affecting everybody. Even the ones flying the planes are going through the same thing.
That's a good point. Fox 13 News anchor Linda Hurtado, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Sure thing.
I want to take you down to South Florida now, where we are learning more about a deputy who was shot and killed in the line of duty. This happened on Friday night, but we now know the deputy, 27-year-old Devin Jaramillo, also had ties to Central Florida. In fact, he was a UCF grad. Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz held a news conference where she talked a little bit more about the Deputy Jaramillo and also shared what we know about the situation.
It's important to me that today we clarify some rumors that have been spreading regarding how the incident occurred yesterday. It was not an ambush. Our deputy was not ambushed. I'm also here to give you a better, clearer picture as to what actually occurred. Our deputy Jaramillo was dispatched to a traffic crash, a minor traffic crash. He responded as any deputy in this county would, and he handled himself in a professional and tactically sound manner. During his preliminary investigation of the crash, he encountered the subject who was part of the traffic crash case, and there was a verbal dispute that ensued. During that verbal dispute escalated to a physical altercation. He fought with our deputy. And during that fight, he disarmed our deputy of his own service weapon and used it to shoot him multiple times. The subject, after shooting our deputy, entered his own vehicle and took his own life. Our deputy, good citizens who did see what happened, called 911. He was not able to. And deputies responded and provided first aid. He was transported to the hospital where all life-saving measures were taken. And I'm grateful and thankful to the hospital staff who tried their best to save him, but they were unable to. I want to tell you that behind this uniform, we're human beings. And I want to share a little bit with you about Devin Jaramillo. He was a son and he was a brother, but he's also a homegrown hero. He was born in Baptist Hospital, graduated from Killian High School, and graduated magna cum laude from University of Central Florida. He was an athlete, a football player, and he was smart, strong, handsome, and young. And he could have done anything with his professional career, but he chose public service, and he chose to do it in this community to serve us. And he gave the ultimate price in his service. As I said yesterday, this will never be okay. And I ask our community to continue to hold us in your prayers because we need them.
A heartbreaking situation out of South Florida. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are learning more today about a Titusville teen who died on board a cruise ship out of Miami. I want to bring in Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who I know has been looking into this story today. And Esther, this is a story that's been getting a lot of attention on social media. What do we know about the circumstances and about this teenager?
So we know she was a senior attending Temple Christian School. I'm actually parked nearby this school right now, and her car is in the parking lot as we speak, and it is just covered in flowers, balloons, just the principal, students, staff, teachers mourning this tragic loss. Anna Kepner is her name, and we're just seeing love pouring out online. She was a bright light, 18 years old, on a cruise out of Miami, and unfortunately did not make it back from that cruise. Now, unfortunately, details about how she died while on board, we don't have many. All we know is the FBI is taking the lead. Carnival has just told us that they are working to support the victim's family, but the FBI is taking the lead. So what we can tell you is we spoke with some passengers that were on board this ship, and they told us that this all started on Friday. Last Friday around 11, they heard a medical call come over. And then from that point on, we spoke with the woman who was just 2 doors down from where this victim was staying. And she says that security started guarding that door from that medical call onward to when the ship docked on Saturday back at port. Now, this cruise passenger told us she really didn't think much of it. She thought maybe someone got sick. She never would have thought that someone ultimately died while on that cruise. This is a mother of a 14-year-old. So she's devastated knowing that this family, a local family in our community, lost their loved one. So a lot of questions still out there of how did this teen die, and we don't have answers on that quite yet, but we can tell you a community is grieving deeply. There is just a lot of sadness knowing that this happened. A vacation is supposed to be so much fun, and you never want to think about someone not coming home. The specific passenger that we spoke with, she said she's a little bit nervous about cruising moving forward. They're definitely not going to be booking a cruise, but she's really anxious for the authorities to really release what happened. So that's what we're still working to learn more about. But a school is definitely mourning the loss of this teen.
And family members have also released a statement?
ABC has released that statement, or has received that statement from the family. We have not received it personally, but they're also just grieving too. You can imagine you send your 18-year-old out for this supposed to be fun. You're seeing some of that vehicle, and then they just don't come home. So yes, family has spoken out. They are wanting to know what happened, and they're really just wishing what happened hadn't happened.
Gosh, a tragedy. Still a lot of questions. At this point, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon and talking with us, sharing your reporting here on Florida Live.
Absolutely.
So we will continue to stay tuned with developments on that. Esther continuing to follow up on this story. She'll have more coming up later today on Fox 35 News at 5. We are also continuing to track a story out of South Florida that we first brought you a couple of hours ago on Fox 35 News Plus, and that is a small plane that crashed in a Coral Springs neighborhood. I've got some video I can show you of that, and what you're going to see is well, let me pull that up for you so that you can see that video. It's aerial video from WSVN in Miami, and you can see a fence that is down there. It's a lake in the behind a number of homes, and as the helicopter kind of zooms out, you can see a little bit more of the scenery there. Investigators were on the scene. This happened this morning in the 10 o'clock hour. And there are reports that we were seeing this afternoon that this was a plane that took off from Fort Lauderdale, the airport there, en route to Jamaica and was carrying hurricane relief supplies. We did hear briefly earlier from the deputy fire chief in Coral Springs talking about what we know about this crash.
We received a call, the 911 call this morning at 10:19 in the 5700 block of Northwest 57th Way in Windsor Bay community here in Coral Springs. We received several 911 calls of a plane that had crashed in the waterway in the lake behind these homes here. Our fire rescue and police department responded. Our dive team has conducted a preliminary dive operation. We have not found any victims as of this time. We do have our police department here with their divers as well. They'll be conducting a recovery mission shortly. We were unable to find any victims or any large pieces of fuselage on our initial dive. So we are still working the area. We are asking any residents in this neighborhood, if you have any debris in your yard anywhere in this neighborhood, because the debris field is pretty large, we're asking you to contact the Coral Springs Police Department, 954-344-1800, so that our detectives and crime scene can respond there to get that evidence.
So are you saying there's a chance they got out of the plane either before the crash or got out immediately after it went?
We don't know. We don't know.
You haven't found the plane.
We have not found an entire plane yet. We believe that it may be broken into smaller pieces. We don't know yet, of course. Again, this is very preliminary. We're not assuming anything at this point. But again, they did dive the water and weren't able to find any victims at this time.
So you haven't found victims or survivors at this point?
Yes, correct.
How many people were
We do not know how many people on the plane. We did have a lot of reports that saw the plane go into the water. They've described it as a smaller type plane, not as small as a Cessna type, but maybe a little bit bigger. We do not know how many people were on the plane. We are working with the FAA and the NTSB to try to find out as much information as we can, but as of right now, we don't know. Fortunately, the plane did not strike any houses when it entered the water. It did strike some trees in the backyard of one of the homes and then entered the water there.
Anybody on the ground injured?
Nobody on the ground was injured, no structural damage, just the plane itself. And obviously this is a very fresh scene. We're continuing to work it. And as of right now, again, we do not know the plane type. We do not know how many victims.
And that was officials earlier today talking about what we know about that crash. Again, still a lot of questions about the people on board that plane that went down. And officials have confirmed to WSVN that that was an aircraft that departed from Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport with supplies for victims of Hurricane Melissa, trying to get those down to Jamaica when that plane crashed. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back with more after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. live look at Kia Center right now in downtown Orlando. We are about 4.5 hours out from tip-off of the Magic and the Trailblazers tonight at Kia Center. The Magic coming off a tough loss last night, 111-107, the final score in that loss to the Celtics. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. With that loss last night, the Magic are now 4-6. It has been a bit of a struggle to start the season. Some things just don't seem to be really clicking just yet. And so joining us live now to talk about the Magic and look ahead to the game tonight is Jason Beatty, the Orlando Magic beat writer for the Orlando Sentinel. And Jason, good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Yeah, it's been an interesting 24 hours or so, but the train keeps rolling tonight for the Magic. Let's see what they can do against the Portland Trailblazers tonight.
Yeah, the big question here is what has gone wrong so far, because it has certainly seemed like things have not been easy for this Magic team to this point.
Yeah, I think it's been a combination of multiple factors. I mean, they're 4-6 through their first 10 games. I'm not sure if things are exactly as bad as they appear to be. I think they're closer than fans might admit. But I do think there are some serious issues. It hasn't helped that Jalen Suggs has been on a minutes restriction. I do think they're missing Mo Wagner quite a bit off the bench. But one of the biggest issues for sure has just been, implementing a faster paced offense, figuring out how best to use Desmond Bane, and taking control of the basketball, taking better care of the basketball. That's something, turnovers have been an issue for this team, regardless of who's been on it for multiple seasons now. And that's something that really hurt them last night against Boston. And I think it could be an issue tonight against Portland. The Trailblazers are statistically the best team at forcing opponent turnovers. 20 a game is what they average. So, the Magic have to take better care of the ball. But I think it's really early. I mean, there's still 72 games left in the season. So, obviously they didn't get off to the right start that they wanted, that they hoped. And, dropping home games is not something that they've done in the past. So, an opportunity tonight to take care of home court and kind of get back on track.
You talk about those turnovers. That has been a problem we've seen in several games. What do you think is causing that?
I think there's multiple factors. I think number one, some of these teams have done a really good job defending against the Magic. I mean, Boston last night did a great job on pressure. Jordan Walsh, forced some key turnovers that gave Orlando and specifically Paolo Banchero, who had 6 turnovers last night, some issues down the stretch of that game. At the same time, I think there's just been some lacking mental focus, mental fortitude in some of these games where, passes haven't been sharp enough, entry passes are not strong enough. Just losing the ball and maybe trying to do too much. And then I think also as they integrate, Desmond Bane and figure out their rotations, trying to make the right pass is sometimes tricky. You don't want to mix up and pass open an open look, but at the same time, if you make one more pass, you can get an even better shot. And sometimes I think, with the pace that they've been playing at, pushing the tempo on offense, that's led to some of the turnovers. So I think it's just been a combination of things. And like I said before, though, the turnovers have been a problem for some time for this team.
You talk about the pace, and that is something that we have seen them kind of push the pace a lot. What do you make of that kind of style of play we're seeing from the Magic, and has it translated yet?
I think when things are running smoothly, it has. I mean, when they beat the Wizards up in Washington, and even this past Friday when they beat Boston, when this team gets downhill, specifically Paolo and Franz Wagner, and they get out in transition, they run. That's when their offense is at their best. The problem with that is when defenses are able to get back and get set, things really slow down in the half court for this team, and that's where you see teams pack the paint or fill the gaps, and passing becomes more difficult. But when this team pushes the ball with an intentionality that's required to play at the pace that they want to, their offense has been almost unstoppable. But the problem is they haven't been able to run the entire night, because obviously that's hard to do. And then the issue is when they do turn the ball over and they don't get back on the other end themselves, their half-court defense can't get set. And that's where we've seen teams, really make them pay on the other end with the turnovers, as we saw last night with Boston. So I think it's been a combination of things in terms of the pace, but I do think overall, in the long run, playing faster is better for this team. It's just a matter of adjusting to it.
What do you think is to blame for the tough start for Desmond Bane and Tyus Jones?
Yeah, with Desmond, I think he's trying really hard to fit in, and I think maybe he needs to, focus more on playing his game. I mean, for him to take 1 3-point shot against Boston last night, especially on a night where the Magic as a team shot 23% from three, they just need to get into more actions. We've seen some success with, some pick and roll actions with him and Paolo and, even Franz and kicking it out for him. And I think they just need to make more of a conscious effort to get him the ball, because ultimately that's why they added him, to shoot the ball from three, not just, drive and take care of the ball, but actually be an accurate 3-point shooter. So I think it's a work in progress with him. And with Tyus Jones, I think he admitted himself it's been a disappointing start. I mean, he's been basically despondent coming off the bench, hasn't been very effective. And I think when you look at the player that they gave up, and part of that Desmond Bane trade, and the reason they signed Tyus Jones is because they lost Cole Anthony, and Cole was such a spark off the bench. And I think beyond Tristan da Silva, they haven't had reliable bench production so far offensively. Obviously Anthony Black has helped on the defensive end, but I think if Tyus can find some sort of rhythm, find some sort of flow, similarly to Desmond from 3-point range, that would really help out with bench scoring.
Yeah, and that's something that this Magic team we've seen kind of needs, because that was one of the deficiencies I feel like last year was, you got production from your stars, but didn't always get that from the role players. And so if they can get some of these bench players going, then that could be a really good sign for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said at the top, I think they do miss Mo Wagner a lot. Mo's still recovering from a torn ACL that he suffered last season. He still hasn't gone through any contact work yet. I think he's still a work in progress and has some hurdles, but when he does come back, that'll be a big boost for sure. But Tristan da Silva has helped a lot off the bench, but they really need someone else to step up offensively, because obviously you're going to want to stagger and play one of Paolo, Franz, or Desmond with that bench unit at all times if you want to have some sort of success. But the bench and the reserves in general have been such a strong suit for Jamal Mosley in the past. I think they just need to reconfigure some things and figure out their rotations and find that identity that had been the strength for this group in the past coming off the bench.
And so the game tonight, we know Jalen Suggs has been ruled out. What are you going to be watching for against the Blazers?
Yeah, I think it really goes back to the turnovers. Can this team take care of the ball? Can they be more precise? Can they be more intentional? And I think, like I said before, Portland is a really strong defensive team. They force the most turnovers in the league, so it's going to be a challenge for sure. And I think, hitting more open looks from three. I mean, they can run as many plays as they want. If they're not going to hit their open shots, that's just not a way for helping themselves out. I mean, last night against Boston, if you look at some of the advanced stats, they were 4 for 17 on open looks. That's where the closest defender is 6 feet away or further. And you can take as many shots as you want. If you're not going to hit them, especially when they're open, that's just tough to come through. So I think when you look at Friday to Sunday against Boston, the 3-point percentage sunk from 47% to 23%. So, hitting your shots with confidence, shooting them with confidence, and taking care of the basketball are going to be key for the Magic tonight.
Jason Beatty, the Orlando Sentinel, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and talking some Magic basketball with us.
Thank you.
It was a tough weekend as well for the UCF Knights, who played Houston on Friday night in the space game, and I got their first space game loss in that series as well, 30-27. The Knights had a chance to win it on the last drive, but couldn't quite come up with anything. Ended up throwing an interception in the end zone, I believe. Now, Scott Frost, head coach of the Knights, spoke earlier today. We brought you some of that news conference live on Fox 35 News Plus, and here's what he had to say as the team now gears up for a tough matchup this coming weekend, I should say, at Texas Tech.
All right, Coach, a lot of important players to your team went out with injuries in the last game. I know it's early in the week. Do you have an update on any of those players?
We're kind of waiting on to get some update on a few guys. Yeah, it was, I admire our guys' fight the other night, and a lot of guys got called into duty that wouldn't normally be in that situation. That's football. We seem to have a rash of more of them than you would typically want or have in a typical year, but that's football.
Scott, with all, as you mentioned, with some of the injuries, everything going on, this seems like a monumental task this weekend, a David and Goliath type situation going up against Texas Tech and how well they played so far this season. What's your mentality trying to face off against a team that's one of the best in the Big 12?
I have the same mentality I've had every week. We just got to keep getting better. And we haven't played up to our capabilities on the road yet this year. So whatever that capability is, then I want to play at a closer rate to what our best is. And that means a good week of practice and the right mentality going into the game.
Coach, I wanted to ask towards the end of the Houston game, what was the availability of Ja'Carri Brown to go in for that situation with Taven?
Yeah, Ja'Carri's still not 100%. He's kind of been our emergency guy for a while. He had a pretty bad shoulder, and it's getting better. So we'll keep evaluating him week by week.
And I wanted to follow up with Davi. What was the kind of decision was there more consideration possibly putting him earlier in the game, or do you feel like that was the best time for that situation?
Taven talked to us about having a bit of a hammy issue that happened in pregame and said he could go. We actually talked at the end of the third quarter about the next drive, making a switch. We didn't, and then we didn't get the ball back until the last drive. I think we only had 2 drives in the fourth quarter. So that's the reason it happened when it happened. I think it was the right decision based on health and situation in the game.
After the game, I asked you.
UCF head coach Scott Frost talking to reporters earlier today, and put up a fight against a pretty good Houston team. But again, they're going to have their hands full this coming Saturday. They travel to take on number 8 Texas Tech. That game is at 3:30 on Saturday, and you'll actually be able to watch it right here on Fox 35. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we still have more to come, so we hope you keep it here. As we go to break, let me give you this live look at downtown Orlando on this Monday afternoon. We'll be right back with more Florida Live here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Live look at downtown Orlando, and you can see beautiful Lake Eola there on this Monday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Tomorrow is Veterans Day, and let me be the first to say thank you to all the veterans for your service. Today, Orange County was one of the areas that held their Veterans Day ceremony today. Mayor Jerry Dimmings spoke at that ceremony where they honored local veterans and also active duty service members in this ceremony, and also marking 50 years now since the end of the Vietnam War.
We appreciate this continuous support of our active duty service members, veterans, and their families. Mayor, sir, the podium is yours.
All right, good morning to all of you. It is indeed an honor to be here to help recognize our veterans. Let me make a few additional special recognitions. First, let me recognize my wife, former member of Congress, Val Butler Dimmings, and the First Lady of Orange County. And we have two of our commissioners who are not recognized. First, we have Commissioner Gomez Cordero, Commissioner Kelly Simrad. We have our Orange County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, veteran himself. And we have our Deputy County Administrator and Director of Public Safety, Mr. Danny Banks. Our Fire Chief is here, Mr. Anthony Rios. Our Corrections Chief is here, Mr. Luis Quinones. And I see another one of our Deputy County Administrators back there, Ms. Carla Bell Johnson. And we probably have some other department heads that are here as well. Let me also recognize Commissioner Michael Scott, a veteran himself, Commissioner Scott. We're glad to have you here this morning. And also my Chief of Staff, Roseanne Harrington, is somewhere here today as well. And now, let me also recognize these great high schools who have participated so far this morning. Cypress Creek, East River, and Evans High School. They were all phenomenal. Let me just say, the drill teams, well, what a terrific job you did today. They were very sharp. With our young people participating in the program today, I can say that our future is truly bright. Thank you so much for being here today, and to all of those leaders with the various high schools who brought our young people in, thank you for your presence here today as well. And now, I also want to thank our Orange County Veterans Advisory Council Chair, Mr. Fred Robinson, for the tremendous job that he does, Vice Chair, Sergeant Major John Gionnet, and our council members for their dedication and commitment to serving our veterans. All council members, please stand at this time. Thank you for your service to our nation, as well as your service here to Orange County as well. And now I'd like to ask our Veterans Advisory Council members okay, sorry. You've already been seated. Okay, and let me now thank our numerous partners for being here today who made this a reality. And this past Friday, we celebrated the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, Marines, and Navy at the Orange County Regional History Center. We honor the remarkable history of these branches, their core values, and their unwavering commitment to defending and protecting our freedoms. Today, we honor and express our gratitude to our military personnel, veterans, and their families for their service and sacrifice in answering our nation's call to duty. This is an important time in our nation and an opportunity to say thanks to our veterans. No matter what branch, rank, or duty assignment, we celebrate our freedom because of your service. In the United States, we have nearly 19 million veterans, and Florida remains one of the top veteran-friendly states with over 1.4 million veterans. We're proud to have over 70,000 veterans in Orange County alone who contribute over $400 million to our local economy. Thank you for making Orange County your home. Just last month, We celebrated the 80th anniversary of the Orange County Veterans Services Office, led by none other than Ms. Alnita Witt. Give it up for our Veterans Services Office. 45 years, 80 years. Since 1945, the office has been dedicated to helping veterans and their families receive VA benefits that they deserve. We also look for opportunities to recognize the incredible work of our veterans. In 2023, we launched the Veteran of the Year Award, and I'm proud to say the 2023 Veteran of the Year is Sergeant Fred Robinson, the current chair, U.S. Marines. And the 2024 Veteran of the Year is Staff Sergeant Norris Henderson, U.S. Marines. Both of them are here today. The 2025 Veteran of the Year nomination portal will open tomorrow. This is an opportunity.
A lot of recognitions there of some very well-deserving veterans and service members being honored there today as part of the Orange County Veterans Day ceremony. We know there will be more ceremonies at a lot of places around Florida tomorrow on that Veterans Day. So again, to all of you veterans and service members, and we'll of course have more on this tomorrow, but thank you for your service. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. As we wrap up, let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando.